Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode, the final episode of Ultima Final Fantasy, the ultimate Final Fantasy podcast. I'm your host, Kaleb.
I am Joe.
And today, guys, Finale Fantasy 2. Much like Final Fantasy 2, probably not as good story-wise, or no, better story-wise, weird gameplay, but it kind of like becomes normal in the end.
I don't know how the fuck that's gonna apply to this episode.
I don't know.
But good morning. Oh, it's a Final Fantasy classic. An alarm goes off.
Yeah.
Ultima Final Fantasy classic move, an alarm goes off in the middle of an episode.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I can't wait till I find out one of our sides is completely muted or something like that on the recording of a 5-hour session.
We're good, though, right? Yeah, we're good. Okay.
Yeah, we're good. It looks good. I want to make sure that Finale Fantasy 2 is recorded properly. So if you guys remember from 5 fucking years ago, I want to kill myself thinking about that, by the way. Finale Fantasy is when we had finished. We decided to end the weekly podcast after we finished every official Final Fantasy title. So every game with the word Final Fantasy in the title that was in Japan, Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
When we finished that, we're like, okay, we're done with the weekly show. We'll still play the games, but we're done with the weekly because that was brutal.
Yeah, it was getting crazy.
So Finale Fantasy 2, we have now beaten all of the Final Fantasy related games that are out here in the States. So I believe there are 2 games that have never made it over to the United States that we could not beat in this run. In this 10-plus year run of Ultima Final Fantasy, the Ultimate Final Fantasy podcast.
Yeah, certainly not a sprint. I'll tell you that.
No. Final Fantasy Unlimited had a PC game that I have no way of getting a hold of legally. Or illegally. I think I tried to get a hold of it and I couldn't.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it. And then the original Chocobo Dungeon never came out in the United States.
Man.
Which
What a shame.
bummer.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Imagine what kind of hellscape that thing would have been.
Considering
sure
Chocobo's Dungeon 2 and Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo's Dungeon,
You got a bit of an idea.
I have an idea of what the game was like.
Just imagine that, but older and clunkier.
Yeah. So anyway, that's the sad part about all this is that there will always be an itch that is not scratched. And that's also what will happen when inevitably another Final Fantasy game or Kingdom Hearts game or Mana game, which of course did come out.
Yeah.
After we discussed Bravely Default 2, which ended our run of games.
Yeah.
84 motherfucking games, by the way.
When I was going through, because I'm trying to remain consistent on my rankings, I was going through capturing the final game in all of the mini sub-series that we've been playing. One of the lines that you had was this should be the next one should be the last one unless that godforsaken Mana game comes out in the next 2 weeks. And I got a pretty good laugh out of that. And I was like, oh, we made it.
Yeah.
We finished the day before it released.
It was something stupid like that. I'm sure we said it on the episode, but it was real close. And it's good. We don't have to play Visions of Mana.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, we're going to talk about where we were, where we are now. We're going to go through stats on our episodes and on our games. You guys sent in emails and messages on Discord. We're going to read all of those and react to those. We are going to rank every single video game that we have played for this show, which is a horrific task, by the way.
Yeah, it was tough.
And so we'll be deciding at the end of the day what the best Final Fantasy game is, based upon our lists and how they go together. So there will be an official top 84 Final Fantasy related games, according to Ultima Final Fantasy, the Ultimate Final Fantasy podcast. Pretty sure we're the only fucking people who have ever done this. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
There might be someone out. There might be a couple freaks out there that have played every Square game.
I mean, it's pretty intense to have done all of them. And some of these aren't even Square games, you know? Like they are licensed by them, but not made by them.
Right. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Smash Bros. Like foremost among them, I would say. But some of the Chocobo games were made by other studios, but published by Square. So, I mean, I guess it depends on how you look at it. But
yeah.
The further you go, the more unlikely it is. And plus, I'm also pretty sure there's like less than 10 people who have ever beaten Heroes of Mana. Like, the internet seems to back me up on this. Cause,
considering there's only one live stream of that game.
Yeah, that's a guy in Japan,
available. Right? Was it a guy in Japan or was it a British guy who was really pissed off? And then one guy made a guide. And if I'm like going by the 90 to 9 to 9 like principle,
yeah,
I'm guessing 200 people max have beaten that game.
Yeah, probably. And we know we make up like 10% of the people who've ever beaten that thing. Us and the people that we forced to play it.
And I know for a fucking fact none of the journalists that reviewed that game beat it.
No, the reviews are too high. They're way too high, like 7s.
They played like 3 levels and were like, I get the idea. I'll give it I'll give it a rating.
No, you don't. You don't understand the idea. The idea gets worse and worse the more of it you see.
Yeah. And we'll be going through some highlights. So, first, where were we in 2014 in our lives and where we stood with Final Fantasy?
Man, 2014. Well, I liked Final Fantasy back then. And I still do, but I liked it, but it was similar to you. It was one of those game series that I'd played like 3 or 4 games from, and I really enjoyed, but I never got around to the old games. I had started collecting some of them, but I just didn't have a reason to play them, really. It was like it was weird. When I was younger, I played less video games than I do now. It's really bizarre.
But they meant more back then.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of did in a way because it was like so rare. But even in my like early 20s, which is when we started this thing, I didn't play that much. So it was just a series that I wanted to play and didn't really have an excuse to play.
I'd beaten a few of them, and I would say I was a big fan of kind of that PS1, PS2 era of Final Fantasy. And I don't know, I'd beaten 4 and 6 by then, so I guess just like the golden age of Final Fantasy, like I was really into them. And Final Fantasy itself was in a weird place when we started the show. And I will still say it's in a different weird place now, but I'd say it's actually in a better spot now than it was then. Because everybody, like Final Fantasy was like, the classics were the good ones, basically. And like 13, I believe, was probably the most recent mainline single player. FF.
Yeah, when we started,
When we started, 14 was just kind of getting fixed up. I don't remember if they started fixing it, like if they did Realm Reborn right before or right after we started our podcast. Lightning Returns was the most recent, like, large Final Fantasy title when we started. So, definitely a different place for the Final Fantasy series. It was in that period of time where they were just pumping out.
Yeah, it was the old
polymorphic content.
Pump and dump.
Yeah.
Polymorphic pump and dump.
Yeah, the polymorphic pump and dump that lasted from 2007 to 2015 or something like that. Some terrible period of time, and so many of our games are from then. But so Final Fantasy was in a weird place. I think it's gotten in a better place now. I think 16 was a very good, solid launch for them. I think 14's in a good spot in terms of its player base and in terms of how it's kind of been received over time.
Yeah, by everyone but us, but yeah.
Yeah. But if I'm looking at it from the outside, looking at the series as a whole, then I can kind of see that as progress.
Yeah.
Because it was in a rough spot. It was in a rough spot when we started. But I think we both wanted to beat all the mainline games at least.
Yeah, in the beginning, that was what we wanted, yeah.
You have a checklist. Basically, when you pick up a Final Fantasy, knowing that they're all different, but seeing numbers that go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you're like, well, I started at 6. That just seems wrong. Like, there's I guess, an OCD part of my mind that wants to check off all the numbers. Like, it seems like an incomplete journey,
Yeah.
And if I loved, however many I beat before we started playing these games, I probably beat. What did I beat? 8, 10, 4, 6. I know these are all out of order. 7, 12, and 13. So I'd beaten like 7 of the games before we started.
Man, before we started, I think I had done...
Oh, I think I beat FF1 too. So.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I think I had beaten 7, 10, 12... That might be it.
And I'm sure you dabbled though.
Oh, I got to Grand Pulse in 13 and I just stopped playing. I think like a week after that game came out, I think God of War 3 came out and I was like, all right, I'm not playing this for a while.
Yeah, God of War 3 really took the thunder out from under
from lightning, yeah.
from lightning, yes.
Took the thunder. There is no lightning. Well, without lightning there is no thunder though, right? So
that's right. Stole the thunder.
Yeah, so I'd only beaten like 3 of these fucking games. I played a bunch of tactics. I sucked at it because I did not understand how to play it. And then, of course, I only understood later because I was told how to play it by Kaleb, Craig. And then I played a little bit of 6 on like an emulator years before on a computer. 10-2 I played, but I hated. I played a little bit of 14 before we started, like barely any, because that was one of those games that Craig was playing, and he like, I was like, oh, I might play that, and then I would say that, and then he would buy it for me, and then I wouldn't play it with him.
Oh yeah,
it was like a phase for like a while there.
That was a phase.
Did that a lot
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I just tell him straight up I'm not going to play it. But, yeah, so I mean, you'd played more of them than I had. I did a bunch of 8 too, but I also leveled up. Didn't know how to beat it. I got to like disc 3. It was the furthest, and I couldn't get past one of the like the Raijin and Fujin fight on disc 2 or 3. I could never beat it.
Yeah, those guys are assholes if you're playing the game wrong. Yeah. And I remember we just wanted to beat all the Final Fantasy games. We thought it would take a lot less time than it did, clearly. And just kind of decided to start a podcast randomly. Pretty randomly. All I was doing was like listening to podcasts while I was at Domino's, driving around, listening to a lot of Adam Carolla I listen to pretty much every day, and a lot of his other offshoot podcasts. I was listening to a retro RPG podcast.
Oh, okay.
Which they come out with an episode every like year and a half still.
Yeah.
And Two Dudes in a Nest was another video game podcast I was listening to. It just made me want to play old retro games, and I also wanted to have a shot at making my own podcast. So some sort of combination of those elements, and then we started the show. I think I was living in Starcrest, and you were living by Walmart in Orem. Is that correct?
When we first started?
Yeah.
No, I think I was the one living in Starcrest, and you hadn't moved in yet, because you moved in after I moved out.
I don't know where I have been living.
Just up the road, I think, because I remember. I feel like one of the times you like did laundry at my house.
No, that was years before that.
Okay.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Like we
Maybe
used
you
to
did.
hang
No,
out.
you did. Yeah, you did live in Starcrest.
It was recent though. Like you were recently moved into that apartment in Orem.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And God, that was in the day when I think you were paying $1,100 a month for that apartment. and I thought it was a disgusting amount of money.
It was at the time. It was a lot. It was a lot of money.
Which is funny now because my wife and I just found a 1-bedroom in St. George, and it's $1,500 a month.
Damn,
and that's
dude.
the low end.
Damn.
And I'm like, are you?
Yeah, that's brutal.
It's brutal.
Yeah, my house payment was less than my rent at that place.
God damn
Isn't
it.
that fucked up?
Well, that is fucked up. But it
And-
was nice that you got a house at the bottom of the market.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was really nice because I sold it for a shitload. So yeah, that was where. Yeah, you're right. That is how it started because we would do it at Starcrest, but that's because you lived there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it went on from there. Yeah, that was forever ago, man.
And we got through the mainline games in like, I guess 1 through 10 we got through in like a year, if I remember correct.
I think so. Yeah, that's probably about right.
And then 11 took forever, and then kind of finished up the mainline within like 2 years of starting the show, which felt like forever back in the time. If only we could have gone back and said, just so you know, pace yourself.
Yeah,
It's gonna be 10 years on. Also, don't do the online games if you want this to end
yeah,
at any time soon, because you'll have to be arguing about whether or not to do an expansion of 14 right at the end. And 14, you thought the 11 expansions were long? You have no fucking idea.
yeah,
Just no idea.
yeah. We really didn't know what we had in 11, or we could beat one in a week.
That's true.
I mean, I guess you could now, but it's like 50 hours.
I mean, yeah, if you skip cutscenes and I don't know, power leveled,
I don't
maybe.
even know if that's possible in that fucking game, dude.
But then you still have unskippable events, which
Yeah.
are, I swear to God, 20 hours each. So either way, you're stuck on the couch for a long time. So yeah, different spot. Well, we're both married now. You have 12 kids, if I
Yeah.
remember correct.
Yeah. I had 0 when we started this.
Oddly enough.
Um,
Averaging a kid every 6 months.
yeah, just about. They come out early. Otherwise, we couldn't keep the numbers up. Gotta get those stats. Yeah, we're both married, Both have real jobs now.
I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot of shit's happened. It's crazy to think about, like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Or even 6, 7 years ago.
I
It's
graduated college. I graduated college. I made 2 movies. I did a marathon. I think those are kind of like my my highlights.
Yeah.
In that time, I beat all the Final Fantasy games. That's another one. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's about it, I guess. A lot of gaming, fuck.
Yeah. Shitload
Started
of gaming.
another podcast, gonna end another podcast.
I started 2 more podcasts. Gonna end 2 more podcasts.
Yeah.
Godzilla's almost done. New
I just-
Plan's almost done.
I guess I just haven't even finished Schweiss and Johnson. Spoilers, I don't think season 2 of House of the Dragon is that good, so.
Oh.
Did you watch it?
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it because my wife hadn't watched season 1.
Oh,
So I was waiting for her to watch season 1.
it's not that bad, but it's not.
It's okay.
It's like it's down there for this whole series to me.
Worse than season 5 of Game of Thrones?
Yeah, probably.
I think so too.
I mean, I think season 1 of that show is probably worse than season 5 of Game of Thrones as well, but only barely. Because there's some stuff that's really good in season 1 of Hot D, but there's also some stupid shit. But season 2 is worse, man. And it was like one of those. It's one of those things, like, and it's almost with every show now. I'm watching and I'm like, when is something going to happen in this show, dude? I'm like thinking about like season 1 of Game of Thrones, and I'm like, hey, we're on episode 7 of this show. I'm watching like Penguin or something. I'm like, Ned Stark was going to get beheaded next episode. This show, nothing has happened, and like nothing is happening in this fucking show. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just not peak Thrones. I don't know.
I think that's just television.
It's back to being normal TV now.
Yeah. They
guess,
they set up a situation and characters, and then they pull the thread, and they kind of keep you watching through that narrative thread.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the Penguin show, but I wanted it to be more of like a Sopranos-esque show, and it's kind of not.
I have no interest in
Yeah,
watching it. No.
Did you watch the Batman?
No, I never watched the Twilight Batman.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good Batman movie.
Okay. All right, I believe it. Oh, I made the mistake of lounging.
Yeah. No, you can't.
Lounging
Can't
back.
once you lounge, you can't go back.
No, we have a terrible webcam filming this last episode on Twitch, and not a great angle, to be honest, and not great lighting. I that was something I said to Caleb when we started this today. I was like, it's funny, our production value has not improved at all since
Since we started.
since we started streaming episodes, like 6 months into our podcast or whatever.
Yeah.
Like we kind of got better, and then we stopped getting better. Then we just said fuck it.
Yeah. I mean, you could say we did the same thing for like editing and the time that we put into that. Now it's just like touch it up a bit, throw it out.
That's true-ish, except that. Okay, well, kind of. It gets better. The simpler processes are better, but you have to kind of learn that
Yeah.
after So
I mean, yeah, we take for
audio
granted
mixing,
how long,
audio equipment,
Yeah, we take for granted how long it took you to figure out what exact ways to mix the episodes, and now it's like, oh, it sounds amazing. It's easy. It's like, well, yeah, but you had to mess with that for how long?
Yeah,
and we
long.
have nice mics and a nice little recorder down there,
Yeah,
so
yeah, and amazing is relative. I think our stuff is really compressed, and I'm sure audiophiles would hate how compressed they are, but.
Yeah, but we're more interested in it's got to be a compromise, right? It's the
I want loud because when I was working at FedEx with the one earpiece in
needed it
with
to
a
be
loud ass truck, I needed loud podcasts.
Yeah, that end it's got to be fast downloads.
Yep, that too.
So the compromise between quality and speed.
That's true.
And fucking loudness, because you already have these damn Samsung commies like, oh, too loud. I'm like, don't too loud me. That's why I buy CDs still, because my phone goes like the max level on a CD is like the 40, which is the max of my car. On my phone, it's like the 25. It's so much
the
fucking
difference
quieter.
in
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's like, don't you dare not let me damage my ears. Like, who do you think you are?
You're right.
Get you.
You're right. I think Spotify and iTunes all in Amazon Music, they all have their loudness level that they accept. So it's not necessarily your phone doing that. But the fact that they all have their technical standards that are different than what a CD's technical standard would be. But yes, you're right. You're right. So yeah, we're a weird spot. Okay, highlights throughout the years. Going to Vegas, I would say was first highlight for me.
Yeah, that was shortly after we started too. It was in October,
Yeah.
I think, of the first year, 2014.
Yeah. Did we pay for that with our own money, or was that Patreon helped?
We paid for it with our own money.
Okay. All right. Bummer. Because
Yeah.
when we had the first New York trip, that was Patreon helped. And that was helpful. So thank you for all of those who supported our show. So the New York trips, another highlight for sure.
I think the second one was fully paid for by, except for
I mean, not the
randos,
fun, not the fun stuff, but
the actual tickets and I
tickets.
think that was all from you guys.
Um,
Thanks for the vacation, guys.
yeah, thanks for the workcation. Although I spent a lot of my own money on that New York trip, and that got me in a little bit of debt, and that hurt. My last New York trip recently, oh my God. It's like I find ways to spend more money every time I go to New York.
Yeah.
I don't know how it happens. It it just keeps getting exponentially worse.
Nice.
I think I spent $1,200 last time. Dude, I think my wife and I spent $2,500 in New York.
Oh, man.
And it was just it didn't even feel like we were spending that much money. It was like, well, this is what it takes to do this. Well, this is what it takes to do this.
Yeah.
And then you look at the receipts at the end and you're like, oh, well, ow.
I mean, shit, we all went to Seattle and we know how much that cost.
Yeah.
I was thinking like $400 or $500. That is not what I ended up paying for that fucking place, dude. It was a lot more than that.
No, we were slightly over budget, but we had budgeted something. My wife and I budgeted something.
Oh, I was just doing it. I was like, I'm going to do it anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Budget.
Just fuck it.
Yeah.
I mean, get it. Yeah,
that used to work when both me and my wife didn't do that.
Yeah.
For a while, it was just her, and now it's both of us, so it's risky.
Nice. So those are highlights for me.
Yeah, those are good. See, meeting some of you guys at those events. Going to Phoenix with Roxo and his wife.
Yeah, that was cool.
Krenital's occasional visits.
Yeah, Krenital's come up twice now.
Those are awesome. Hanging out with Felicia. She's been living like in Provo for a while. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did.
Doxing her there, but
yeah, I did. She's in a bus. I mean, look for all the buses in Provo, guys.
Yeah, you'll find her.
I did like a Fallout themed RPG campaign with her and her husband.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
You and Cameron
for like 2 months. Yeah, me and Cameron Wilson.
Nice.
So that was those are some other highlights. I would say you scaring the shit out of me. That's on Twitch now, so that's a
oh yeah, that was good.
That's a big highlight. I think some lowlights are fucking me having to repeat the final boss of Dissidia 2 Dudekheim 9,000 times.
Yeah, I think you said you were going to bed after 100 losses, and you did go to bed before beating it that night.
And then Vagrant Story was a rough one for me as well. The songs, I think, are some highlights for me, even though sometimes they took like years to make. So they were not fun, I guess, to like, oh, I got to sit down and do this horrible song. And
I mean, isn't it sad that the one that took the longest is the least viewed one on YouTube also?
It doesn't surprise me. It's also like the roughest one to listen to. I was dealing with something with my guitar. Like there was like technical issues with tuning my stupid fucking guitar, and it like cursed the whole project. Like
Gotcha.
Cursed it. So
it is my least favorite one too. I think the first two are the best.
Yeah, I like the second one the most. The Melodies of Life.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, I like Vagrant Feeling because it reminds me of trying to beat Vagrant Story.
Yeah,
also,
the rawness of that one is pretty good. Like I listen to that one occasionally, and I'm like, man, the anger is so raw in the song.
Thinking about Vagrant Story, I remember that how stuck and frustrated I was on the last boss, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But also thinking that my game was broken.
Oh yeah, when you walk in that room and the camera's
I walk in that room and there's just like a blip, like 8 pixels of purple or something on the screen and in the bottom corner, and I'm like, oh my god, my game is broken.
Yeah.
And it wasn't.
Yeah, it's like, no,
it was the exact
camera.
same on the fucking PSP, and I was like, I had to replay this chunk of game, and there was nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Oh man, fucking stupid. Your stupid fucking glitch thing because you beat the 3rd Final Fantasy on Kindle.
Oh yeah, where I could exit the program and then load it back up without having to go through the final dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cheap.
Asshole. Dude, that's a long ass fucking final dungeon.
Yeah, and that's a tough boss too at the end.
Of course, I got you with Chain of Memories, I think, with you being so stuck on that thing.
Yeah.
You're playing so many more hours than me.
Yeah. I mean, I did do it on, what did I do? I think I did it on normal. You did it on easy.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, there was no reason for no excuse for how long that shit took. Those were pretty good. Rushing to get Japanese Midnight and FF11, that was kind of fun.
Yeah. I mean, the FF11 days with the people that played with us, pretty great.
Yeah, like true brothers in arms.
Darth Jomu, Baindrum, Krinital.
Was it Shorty?
Artiforian.
Yeah, Artiforian.
There was someone who started with an M, who used to be pretty active in our community. Now I don't know where they are, but there was, and then a handful of other people that have helped us throughout that. 14, I wish we could say we had the same experience, but we didn't. Krinital helped us with 14 a lot. Dr. Roxo helped us with 14 a lot. There were a handful of other people, especially at the beginning.
Baindrum said he played 14 with us, but I have no memory of that.
At the very beginning, he did.
Okay.
Because I remember it was like the first one, it was like just Realm Reborn content, and he was skipping cutscenes. I'm like, how could you?
I
remember years
that.
later, I'm like, I get it.
I remember him saying he was not going to watch the cutscenes.
Yeah.
I remember that now. But I honestly don't remember playing. I only remember 11.
Man, how many times have we nuked the forums?
One of them's not new. Now it's no longer radioactive, I guess. It's still there.
Okay.
We just didn't delete it.
Yeah, I can't log in.
We've redone the website at least 3 times.
Yeah.
And now we just said fuck the website.
We've had 4 different forums. Oh, we say fuck the website. I just paid for the website, by the way. We need to figure that out.
What? How?
It was auto pay. We needed a website for the Amazon link to work for geekdomentertainment.net or whatever.
No.
Don't go there. It's a waste.
It doesn't even work.
Page. Yeah. And that was $80. So, anyway. Yeah, so we've nuked the thing so many times, ended up on Discord, which I think is I think it's kind of a better system. I miss the old forums, though. In like you would build up posts or whatever and like get your ranking up.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
That was cool. That part I miss, but I don't know.
I think there were issues with that forum. I know we left it for a reason, but I honestly don't remember what they were at this point. There's a lot of memory loss within 10 years of doing a weekly show for 5 of those years. A lot of memory loss.
Yeah, I think part of it was we wanted to have a way to like have our own website, and have our episodes loaded onto it. I think that's why we left.
Okay.
And then it wasn't worth it either time.
So yeah, those are. You have any more highlights you want to mention?
I don't know. The streaming was a lot of fun.
Streaming was fun when we were doing it a lot.
Yeah. Now it's just not.
It's impossible.
It's not doable. Yeah.
No.
For me especially, I would say. Too many kids, man. It's easier to just play and have them around than just try to stream and have them around.
Yeah.
There's some good times on there. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it I think is just meeting you guys, playing other stuff with you guys, not even Final Fantasy. That's kind of a cool aspect of it. Like, there's a whole community now. Largely, I would say, because of the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, really, it's because of our podcast, but the Discord kind of helps with that. And I've played, like, Devour and Phasmophobia with, like, listeners of the podcast that it's not even a Final Fantasy game and we're playing it. So, like, that kind of stuff is super cool to me. Just having that kind of community aspect is probably the highlight for me. Yeah, and then just seeing all the activity in the forums. I would say that's probably my favorite part.
Yeah, that's a big highlight, creating the community. I think, I mean, when it came to crowdfunding, like my short that I was making at UVU and Manual Song and my first movie, a lot of people pitched in from the community and still do, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I think Chicken Coop was not really up their alley as much based upon what I saw, like who contributed, but there were still some people from the community that contributed to Chicken Coop, which is, I mean, by the time you guys get this episode, it's probably going to be free on Tubi. So,
yeah, if you haven't watched it yet, what are you doing?
Yeah,
man?
what are you doing? That's also a Christmas movie, so it's the time, it's the season. Chicken Coop. Yeah, so that was a big help to me, like making the podcast. I think I probably talked about this on the last Finale Fantasy, but it was like, for me, The podcasts were helpful in kind of that experimental doing a thing just to do it kind of project mindset. I don't know. I think you need it when you're if you're being creative or entrepreneurial in any way. I think it's useful to kind of have this idea of just try something, keep moving forward. Like, we had no choice in our minds but to do an episode every week, and we would improve certain things in some aspects. We would experiment in some aspects. And I see a lot of people out there, and now I'm really grateful for it. It's helped to tie it to the filmmaking thing. Like, it's helped me just kind of go okay, well, that was my first movie, and I'll take what I can, learn from that, and then move on to the second one. I see a lot of people I see a lot of, I guess, aspiring filmmakers, but I also see a lot of aspiring YouTube channel makers or aspiring podcasters. They're always so scared about just doing it.
Yeah.
They have some sort of image in their minds of, I'm going to be this. If I don't do it perfectly, then everyone will know I'm a fraud. And so I want to make sure that instead of just starting, when I know all the secrets, then I'll finally start my show. And I'm glad that we just pulled the trigger and made a fucking Final Fantasy show with the world's shittiest microphones and just made a fucking show.
Yeah.
Now I think we're way more comfortable now. We're just far lazier now than I think we were then. Because for us, it's not, I think after about 2018 or 2017, it was I think the writing was on the wall. It's this is never going to take off and become a huge thing.
Yeah.
I didn't have the skill set at the time to do that, and no one wanted to put in, including myself, I guess, no one wanted to put in 100% of the time to make sure that all the shows that we were doing on the network were primo everything in order to put them out in the right way, or packaged the right way, edited the right way, so that they would kind of gain more audience. But I'm glad that we still went through that whole experience of trying to make that happen, I guess, up until that point. And now who gives a fuck? Yeah. You're right. It's if you want to come hang out with us while we talk Final Fantasy, then you can. You're welcome to come in and listen.
If you want to come to Utah and stay in my house, you're welcome to do that as well.
Careful.
Yeah. No, if you're one of 5 people, one of which who has already done that. But yeah, it is interesting. And I feel like this show, I mean, obviously it started our whole network of shows that we also have done, which has helped me. I mean, with Nude Clan, I'm able to, I almost have it's like a persona of me that's me unfiltered and trying to be more offensive than normal, which is funny because I do try to be offensive normally. So that's been a lot of fun.
I'm accidentally offensive. That's
why you're more offensive. You
I
don't
guess.
even mean to do it. For me, it's so clear that I'm intending to.
I'll make a joke. I think it's hilarious. People won't know it's a joke. Someone has to tell me later, what were you saying?
Yeah.
I just clearly you don't believe I actually think that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's sarcasm, right?
So
No.
Nude Clan, some of the funniest stuff I've ever said has been on there. And it all started from this,
Yeah.
us being able to do that, us feeling like we could do a gaming show, which again, we also became more lazy and also, I think, better with time, just because we knew it's this isn't going to take off either. We'll just joke
gives a
around.
shit?
Yeah, we'll just fuck around for 4 hours.
Yeah.
And it's a blast, I love doing it, but
Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to let people, the few people listening that were oh, I actually had this the other day. My cousin called me, which I don't talk to my cousins ever, by the way. Cousin called me, I say the other day, yesterday, and was I have a 7-year-old son. And he wants to start a YouTube channel about Pokemon cards. And he's like, what kind of mic should I get? And I go, dude, just start.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Just start, And if you like the process, you shouldn't go in going, I want to be a famous YouTube star. I want to be a famous podcaster. And these are the steps to do it. It's like, no, you got to like doing it. And then you can kind of learn more and lean into your strengths or whatever. Or just realize, as we have here, this is just a hobby. This is just fun.
Yeah.
Why put the pressure on it? Like, so either way, you're going to learn that about yourself. But you'll only learn that if you just do it. So
yeah, that's been the best stuff. Having this help start Nude Clan, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, Nude Clan was started though as like, for me, I was like trying to start something big. Like,
yeah,
it's miraculous how terrible that failed.
Yeah,
it's incredible. Although I listen to some episodes and I'm like, I don't know how this is not beloved.
Yeah.
Maybe we're just incredibly unlikable people and we don't even know it.
We think we're hilarious, but that's it. That's the extent of the pool is us.
That's probably, there's definitely some truth in that.
Yeah. You fucking people.
you fucking people. Anyway, if you liked this show, a lot of this show is going to come behind a paywall in the near future. I will say there will be in the future soon some things popping into the feed that you're going to want to stick around for. So stay subscribed. But after that comes out, there will be there's going to be some sort of a paywall. I think we're probably going to be on a couple of paywall-y sites or options for you guys. Basically, the feed, if we don't have to put any new episodes up, it costs us like $5 a month to keep these around for free.
Yeah.
So, however you want to support the channel, however you want to support the show, in whatever way you do, basically every $5 that you invest into the show keeps us around for another month. Basically, every $5 you put in. So there's a PayPal account where everything kind of pulls into, and then our server host people, they charge that PayPal account. So it's all kind of automated. Right now it's just Patreon. So if you support us on Patreon, every $5, this feed stays up another month. And it'll mostly just be the review episodes, I believe, and maybe these finale episodes.
Yeah, in the feed, the free feed.
Yeah, in the free feed.
On Patreon, I'm going to start working on uploading every episode, so I apologize in advance for all the notifications you're going to get. Although, I mean, you should have gotten them years ago. I just didn't do it years ago. So just take that into consideration, I guess.
Yeah. So, just a heads up, just to let you know that that's happening, and why. So it gives people a reason to listen to those episodes via the paywall. It's less embarrassing shit I have out there in public, just in terms of like pure mess. So that helps me a little bit. But it's good incentive. It also keeps the show around, and I think it'll keep it more relevant too. I think it's easier if all you see are the reviews. You can just go to the games that you want to, because right now there's so many fucking episodes.
It's a lot, dude.
Like if you want to find Final Fantasy VII Interlude or whatever, you're going to be doing some scrolling. It's even worse for stuff at the beginning. Like if you want to talk about like Moogle Kupo d'etat, like. You're scrolling forever, and there's no search function on Apple iTunes.
No,
which is disgusting, dude. Like, why the fuck can you not press search in the podcast that you're subscribed to find the episode? Like the Joe Rogan podcast has like 2,000 fucking episodes.
Yeah.
So if I'm looking for a specific guest, I guess I can Google what episode were they on, and then I can find the number.
But the app should allow you to do that, too.
Yeah, the app should allow you to do that. So fuck you, Apple.
And the problem, too, is he'll have repeat guests, too, and you're like, I don't know which one, man. It's like, which...
Where's the one where he said the thing, and I want to share that.
Which Alex Jones episode is the really good one? Like...
Oh, man.
You gotta dig. It's not fair.
So, yeah, it's bullshit. I think it'll make it easier for people to actually find the show and appreciate the show.
Yeah.
If it's less
huge.
Less volume of episodes. It's ridiculous. Some ridiculous amount of episodes. In fact, we should probably go into our stats.
Yeah, let's dive in.
Since we're on this subject. Apple iTunes does not keep the stats that I want, but I want to know how many episodes of this podcast, not including this one, have we done?
As of right now, 385 episodes.
385 episodes. So 386 when this comes out.
Average of 90 minutes each.
90 minutes each. So some episodes are like 10 minutes long because they're just mini-sodes.
Yeah, but some of them are like 6 hours long because they're huge reviews.
90 minutes each. And 84 games.
84 games, yep.
I'm going to write 84 games down. Can we average how long these games take, or is there a way to do that on your How Long to Beat?
Let me see if I can do that.
Let's pause the show for a second, do some math.
Okay,
we're back. Reiterating 385 episodes, 90 minutes apiece on average. We beat 84 games, give or mostly give, because I think there's like a little mini Kingdom Hearts game we're not counting. There might be some others. 84 games. Now, Caleb crunched through the games that he had counted the hours on in howlongtobeat.com. And he was able to count 5 of those things?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. Yep. He crunched all those numbers. So we have an average amount for Caleb's numbers. Mine would be a little bit less than his, just because he spent so much time platinuming a few of these games. But basically, the average amount for each of these games on Caleb's number is 39.5 hours per game.
I think one of the ones I'm missing, I don't have Rebirth in there because when it's a game I'm going to platinum, I don't count it on How Long to Beat until I 100% it.
Oh, so that might not.
That's another 100 hours.
Yeah, that might even. So that would skew it higher.
But you also got to look at my 154-hour Final Fantasy X.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I had a long one on Final Fantasy X as well.
Yeah.
I would say I average about 10% less on the time than you.
Yeah.
If I were to guesstimate. So I'm guessing I'm at around 36 hours a game. Like, it's not that different. Because there's so many fucking games you're averaging it out between. But
yeah.
Okay. So those are the amount of episodes we've done and the amount of games we've done and the average per game. Now, the total amount of hours that have been tracked for games based upon these averages, 3,318 hours of gaming over the last 10 and a half years, which is disgusting. Now, 3,318 hours in 3,832 days. I just realized I did some bad math. So 3,832 days divided by, this is a Kingdom Hearts title, by the way, 3,318 hours. Is that right? Or would the number of...
What are you trying to do?
Or would I do it the opposite way? Oh, no, it would be hours divided by days, right?
Yeah. Hours
okay, that's
day.
why. I'm like, that number's not right. Because 3,318 hours divided by 3,832 days be 0.86 hours a day. So basically an hour a day.
Yeah.
Which does seem about right. I think that's about what I put into the show, well, especially when we were active. But then there were like swaths where we didn't play anything for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then we'd play some more. So
hour a day seems about right, I guess.
Basically an hour a day, which was funny. We had a larger average the last time we did Finale Fantasy, so we slowed down significantly in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to me because the last year we were fucking cranking these things.
Yeah. Yeah, that means we really fucking slacked off for 4 years there.
So hopefully the rest of my math is right. So 414.75 work shifts. So that's if you were playing these games 8 hours a day, you'd be playing it. If this was our full-time fucking job, it would take a little over a year to beat all these games at 8 hours a day.
Yeah, it'd be probably like a year and a half because we get only 5 work in a weekend.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And if we were teachers, I mean, shit, that would be like,
get summers off?
2.5 years. Yeah.
So I added that to the amount of time the actual episodes take. So there are 500, not including this episode, there are 577.5 hours of our podcast out there. I would guess, based upon prep time and time to set shit up, there's some dilly-dally in there, so I guess I'm not going to count that because I would probably triple this number.
Yeah, yeah.
But basically, we're spending the same amount of time on the episode as we are in setup at 90 minutes an episode, right? So that time plus the 3,318 hours of the actual game playing that we've done, we have spent over the last 10 years, 10 and a half years of our lives, 4,473 hours of our lives have been based are because of this podcast. Yeah. Not Nude Clan, not any of the other podcasts, just UFF. 4,473 motherfucking hours of our lives each.
Yeah, man.
I would say that's... Wow, there you go.
Yeah, I feel like I'm good, man. I'm good to good to retire.
Also, these games are fucking long, dude.
Yeah, they are. I mean, shit. Some of them are way longer than they needed to be on my list because, the Dissidia NT was pretty beefy. 14, I played more than I needed to. I don't know if my 14 time is in there. I don't think it is because that's
No, because you haven't platinumed it.
I'll platinum.
There's days of time in that.
Dude. It's weeks of time.
Okay. All right. Well, guys, keep that in mind.
I guess maybe the average. Fuck yeah. All right. This is what we're going with though, because some of mine are so high that I'm sure the average would be about that.
Yeah, I think with 14, I think the average will be still around there. So
because some of these fucking things like Melodies of Memory, that was 2 hours.
It was nothing. So we're looking at 35, super conservative number, to 45 hours a game. So let's just say it's 40 hours on average, right? 39.5 we have on here. I'm comfortable with that number even for both of us.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck have I been doing with my fucking life? What
just think of what we could have done with that time.
Oh my God, so much.
Yeah.
4,000 hours is enough to learn a skill. I think even the Malcolm Gladwell stuff is 4,000 hours is the amount of hours you need to be able to teach a skill.
Damn, we should be teaching podcasting.
Yeah, we should.
Specifically Final Fantasy podcasting.
Yeah, guys, if you want, I think you can have me for the cheap price of $250 an hour if you guys want me to review your shows and give you some advice. There you go.
Yeah, speaking of reviews, please, for the love of God, if you haven't left us an iTunes review, just fucking do it. I'm so sick of I don't know what it is. I swear to God, this dick, whoever it is, keeps redoing the same review and terrible. When the original hosts check out, blah, blah, blah. It's something like that. I'm like, we didn't check out, you bitch. Like, you know how many fucking hours we pumped into this goddamn podcast?
Oh, yeah, that's just a highly rated review, I guess.
No, man, it keeps coming up. Like, it's the number 2 review on the recent reviews.
Interesting.
Yeah, boring. It's that one. Look at that fucker.
Oh, the original host check out and let others fill in. We let Greg fill in like years ago.
The mobile crew fills in. They filled in 5 times. Like, sorry, we weren't there for those 5 fucking times. And Craig isn't here anymore, but he wasn't there in the beginning. He was only there for like 7 or 8 episodes.
That's true.
I'm fucking tired of that being near the top.
I mean, the other one near the top that's also a 1 star is like the rolling eyes face with your fans openly defend sexism, racism, transphobia, and homophobia in their reviews. Y'all are an embarrassment. This guy left a review of the reviews.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can't police that.
Yeah, we can't even get rid of your shit review, let alone all the glorious ones you're bashing right now.
Oh my God. All right.
Yeah, so please, for the love of God, if you haven't yet.
Oh,
I'm sick of seeing that one, the fucking, when the original hosts check out one, just like every time I see it, it makes my blood boil.
Dude, that's one they listed to like an episode, and they happen to listen to like
a few that Craig might have been on.
I don't know. I think maybe just some of the fill-in episodes. I just thought that was the show now. I mean, you have to take it into to be fair to them. Although they are not fair to us, giving us only 1 star for that. Because if they cared about the original host at all, then you got to give us another star for being good once. You know?
Yeah, like why do you care if we were replaced, but it was still a 1-star show? What difference does it make to you?
Yeah,
fucking douche.
Anyway, no, I had a thought there, and I trailed off. Now I forgot.
Oh, okay.
Anyway. The point is, we spent a lot of time fucking playing Final Fantasy and talking about Final Fantasy. There you go. It's like some stupid amount of time over the last 10 years. Thank you for your reviews. Please, God, replace the terrible reviews if you can. Anyway. Okay. Shit. What do we do next? Do you want to do rankings or the emails?
We always do rankings at the end.
Okay.
And also my phone is dead, so
okay.
Emails, and then rankings.
Okay,
that's
so
just how
we'll
do
wait
it.
for my phone to die.
Yes.
And then we'll be able to switch over.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Well,
you got an iPhone. It never dies.
iPhones do die, I promise. It's happened before. Shit.
I just hate though. I feel like the older my phone gets, the faster it dies. And like I know that makes sense with the battery. But I feel like half of it's like do you want to do the new update? And it's like, well, I don't know. Is the new update going to drain my fucking battery?
Yeah, it's like some sort of
cooler.
Like, how can we make it obsolete?
Yeah, I swear to God they're doing that.
I think there might be a thing to that. So, Kevin is the first person who emailed us.
Yeah, Kevin is our biggest fan.
Yeah, he heard, send in your fucking final thoughts now. Not when we're recording, because we've gotten like 2 since we started recording.
Yeah.
Our
worst fans. No.
Kevin knew what was fucking up, bro. Kevin, to me, that's what my Gmail says. But
oh, nice.
It's our shared Gmail account.
Oh, okay.
Hey guys, first time writer here. There's a first time for everything, Kevin.
Yeah.
You're doing incredibly well.
Pretty good for first time ever writing.
Wrote.
Yeah, that's impressive.
No, I'm kidding. Hey guys, first time writer here. I have recently found you guys about a year ago and finally caught up to all episodes. 577.5 hours, by the way, of listening.
Yeah.
I started to send money on Patreon a couple months ago because I fell in love with what you guys do and all the effort and realism you put into your shows. You guys have been the best Final Fantasy podcast I've ever come across. The reason for the write-up is because I want you to know if I should. I want to know if I should keep supporting you guys. I keep hoping you will be back for a new Trial of Mana game and the Final Fantasy VII remake game when it comes out.
There's a very good chance we'll be back for the final remake part, unless I die on the way home in this treacherous weather. we'll probably.
There's
I
a pretty
don't
good
see
chance
it.
of that, too.
Yeah, there's a pretty high chance of that. But if I do happen to survive, we will be back. I'm sure.
I
No promises,
am
but
95% sure I will play that game when it comes out.
yeah.
And so the likelihood is high, but no promises, I will say. And as far as supporting the channel, I already said it. Every $5 that you guys give to us in any of the paywalls that we're setting up here after we've recorded this, in the near future, including Patreon right now, every $5 basically keeps the feed up for another month. So if you guys just come in, give us $30 in a 1 month thing, and then just and download the episodes you want to listen to, then fuck off. Then you can do that. That keeps up the feed for a little
Even
while.
if you do that for $5 and download all the episodes and then fuck off, that's fine.
Yeah, but I mean, really,
it's a little.
If you're gonna give,
Yeah.
might
Don't
as
be
well.
a douche.
No,
but
I'm kidding. It's not like we're gonna be paying ourselves with that. I assume it'll be trickling in money.
yeah.
I loved all your FF podcasts, but hearing Joe talk like Wedge had me in tears. And Caleb's Sam impression was spot on. I do listen to the Chocobo Sam impersonation every once in a while. Because I think it's because someone in the comments put the time code on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I could just click on it and get to on the YouTube version. I could click on it and get to where you said that.
Oh, nice.
So it's really funny. I knew after that I just had to support you guys. I know life happens, but I don't mind throwing more money in to try to keep the show going. If not, thank you both for everything you have done for the community, and I pray for success in your guys' future endeavors and continued health and happiness for you guys and the family. Thanks for making my workday of slinging pills bearable.
Damn.
Thank you guys for everything. What kind of? Yeah. Now I'm curious about Kevin.
Yeah.
What kind of pills? Is this a legal venture or an illegal venture?
Maybe
Is it like essential oils?
No, I think he's in the porn business, and he's got to sling the pills to keep himself rock hard. The whole time he's just listening to us.
Dude, that'd be pretty sick.
That would kind of fuck you up.
I'd watch your porn.
Yeah. I think it would fuck you up after a while. After 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do the next one.
Caleb's going to read Caleb's review.
Oh, yeah. I'll go see Caleb. Oh, Cabo. That's his name.
Oh.
Oh,
No. Oh, okay.
I guess. Long-time listener, first-time reviewer. My gamer tag is Cabo, and my actual name is Caleb. Common Midwest name now, apparently.
So we didn't just dox him.
Yeah. Midwest now. I mean, I was born a long time ago, but... so listening to UFF and Nude Clan prevented me from ever dozing off as I was constantly hearing my name called. LOL.
Get ready to doze, bro. We got it for you.
Oh, this is a Bravely Default 2 review.
What?
Yeah. I think he didn't get it to us in time.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for sending in your Bravely Default 2 review.
Yeah, I liked it.
No, that's good. He does say at the bottom, thanks for all the years of quality UFF entertainment, Joe and Caleb.
Sweet, thanks, man.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, I can read that one.
Then this is from, that says it in the email, Andrew. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try not to dox me. I know some people don't like it when their real first name is read.
Too bad. We'll leave it anyway. Final show thoughts. Hey, Kaleb and Joe. Real long time since I've communicated with you guys. On your very first forum, my name was Schnitzel Time.
Oh, my God. I remember that one.
Yeah. Then I think briefly when you switched to that second forum, it was It's Snitchel. Or maybe the order was flip-flopped. Anyway, I think your Bravely Default 2, you asked for email since the final episode is coming up. I fell off as far as any activity on forums/Discord, etc. I think around 2016, but never stopped listening. I think I found your podcast when you guys were either on FF4 or 6, can't remember which, but I've listened ever since then, including Nude Clan up to a few years ago. You guys' dedication, or maybe neurosis, to finishing the list of games has been really impressive.
Neurosis is probably more correct.
Yeah. And for the record, I never cared if Chrono Trigger would ever be reviewed or not. Well, good. especially when the podcast was within its first 6 months and your OG forum was really active. I think it was one of the most fun times. You guys talked about all the questions on the forum, had all those segments to each episode with an intro tune you made yourself with help from Dave Mustaine. And basically every single week there was something to look forward to. I was going to say even if it wasn't a review episode, but honestly I probably should say especially if it wasn't a review episode. The filler, I think, is what made the podcast so great. I'm actually realizing how much of the early podcast I had forgotten until writing this email. But you guys put just a ton of work into making it your baby, and I think it really paid off for the audience and hopefully for you guys as well. I'm maybe 1 to 2 years younger than you both, so to some extent I feel like I grew up with you guys, or at least grew through my 20s with you guys. It's cool to hear where life has taken both of you, and I hope things are going well and will continue to go well. And Kaleb, I would like to say, as an internal medicine physician, I worry somewhat for you and your health. That's kind of a joke, but you definitely should try to get some more sleep. I mean, geez.
I just railed him on that. I think every time we talk, I say, Kaleb, you should get some sleep.
Yeah. Good luck with everything in the future, and thanks for 10 solid years of entertainment. Andrew G.
Well, thank you, Andrew, for the note. Let's see. Please don't share my email. Okay. Please call me what? A love? Or A?
Call me A. Wait, so don't share it, but then...
Don't share my email. Wait. As in your email address?
I guess.
Fuck.
Well, why would we call you anything if we weren't sharing your email?
Okay. I don't see anything personal in the email. So
fuck it, we're doing it.
I'm going to read your email, and I'm going to call you A. So A. Which there's no fucking way this is getting back to you, A. Okay? I promise.
Yeah. We promise. Shows it on screen. We swear to God.
Swear to God. A at gmail.com. I'm just kidding. That's not it. Dear Kaleb and Joe, you guys have made life a little bit funnier and relatable each week. I've silently listened since 2078. That is actually what it says. So.
Dang, you should turn the volume up.
My mom and I always loved the Final Fantasy series. It was our bonding time to play FF7. We would make fun of the drama and ridiculous outfits in the series all the time. She passed away a couple years ago. She never got to see much because the world ended and stuff. But I know she would have loved your Chrono Trigger review.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah. I've listened to UFF and New Clan for many years, and I always feel like I'm hanging out with my mom. Thank you for your time and all the laughs. Thank you for the nostalgia. Kaleb, good luck with your cult. Joe, you are so brave to admit to getting a mail order bride. I'm so proud of you both. Thank you for being real. But honestly, you guys are amazing and hilarious. Be safe. Be well. -3.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, man.
You, I'm sorry about your mom passing.
Yeah, and when I meet her after I die on the roads tonight, I'll let her know that, hey, we're not actually going to review Chrono. I mean, especially now.
Especially now.
Yeah,
thank you. That was a sweet email, actually.
Yeah, thanks.
This one's you.
All right. Thanks. Hey, guys, I wanted to take some time to thank you both for your content and time/commitment over the years. I emailed you several years ago telling you my story, but now that your show is done/ending, I think it's worth reiterating. I found your show back in 2015. My father passed away in August of 2015 after a short illness. I was working at a dead-end shit job that was about an hour and a half from my house and was truly miserable at the time. I have never experienced survival's guilt before, but when my dad died, I remember doing normal things like getting gas pissed me off. I mean, depending on, 2015? I could see that.
Yeah, when was the gas? What were
2012, it would have been even more mad. I thought how unfair it was that I had to get gas and go to work when he was no longer with us. I remember just being angry about that, even though it sounds irrational. Anyway, in efforts to get out of this funk that I was in, I decided to seek out podcasts. I never listened to one before, but I decided to search for stuff related to Final Fantasy VII, my favorite game ever. I knew I needed to find something that would 100% bring me joy and focus on that. I found your show. Do not ask me how. I assume you just told us, but and I listened to the FF7 episode. I remember laughing again for the first time in weeks, maybe months. Prior to your show, I would come to work and just wait for the clock to hit 5 p.m. It was so bad that my manager, who knew I was having personal issues, had to talk to me about my poor performance. Finding your show brought me back to a manageable place, and time heals all wounds, so it's just what I needed. I went back and started at the beginning and have been a fan ever since. I've listened to every UFF episode, some multiple times. I wanted to just thank you guys for bringing me joy at a time in my life when I did not think it was possible. I'm sure you've gotten stories like this before, but I think it is fascinating how you can impact someone. But I just think it's fascinating how you can impact someone you don't even know from across the country. Your skills as podcasters has come a long way since that first episode.
I don't think that's true, but thank you.
Yeah. And I did not listen to Nude Clan, so I'm not sure if you guys will be continuing some sort of show in the future after UFF and Nude Clan ends. If you do continue something, then I would be excited to listen to it. Again, thank you very much for starting the show and helping me get through the toughest time I have ever experienced. I wish you both the best going forward. Fran Ruff Splurge on Discord. P.S. Guess I will just wait for the shadow drop of the Chrono Trigger episode like a year from now.
Well,
see.
yeah, we don't want to go down that road and trigger anyone.
That's right. We're doing these chronologically? Or what?
Yeah. I don't know. It's always been like a radical dream of mine to like suddenly drop a Chrono Trigger review months after the podcast had ended. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who knows, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you guys for your emails, by the way. Those were both really touching. Okay. Let's see. Black Maze Justin. Hey guys. Black Maze Justin here. Long-time listener. I came in around FF8 or 9 while working 12-hour machining shifts and just looking for good Final Fantasy podcasts. It's been a long ride, but I'm glad I was here for it. From the old forum days to the beginning of Nude Clan, while I haven't been as active these last few years, I just want to come in and say thank you for creating UFF. UFF took me on a journey of discovery of its own. It's how I met my podcast co-host and one of my closest friends, Bieber LA, which that podcast has been going for over 6 years now, which led to me freelance game journalism writing a few years until last November when I quit my full-time machining job, and now I do full-time marketing for an indie horror game publisher. That's actually really awesome. All because two people wanted to talk about Final Fantasy. So really, thank you both. I would not be where I am today without UFF, and I'll never forget how big it impacted my life. Black Maze Justin. Thank you, Black Maze.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, he freaking texted me when I was in Disney, and he was like, "Oh, I got to play FF16." I was like, "What the fuck?" It's
We
like,
had
you
him
got
on the
to play?
show. We had him on the show talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
It was like early, yeah.
I was like, "What the fuck, man?" I was like, "Square, what do we do?" I know what we did, but
So this one's from Brulo.
all right, Brulo. Final Ep review. UFF finale adieu. It is difficult to put into words what UFF and the surrounding community has meant to me for the past decade, is it at this point? I first found UFF when I had recently moved to a new big city and was traveling a ton for work. I was an early adopter of pods, but even then I knew something was different with these two Mormons. From the days of super sexy swinging fan fiction to Dave Mustaine to cooking episodes.
Nothing more Mormon than super sexy swinging fanfiction.
That's right, yeah. The epitome. These guys have been a part of my life through getting married, having kids, and ultimately ending my life because I played the Mana series to completion with them. Damn. Yeah, he's...
I understand.
yeah.
I don't agree with that outcome, but I do understand the feeling.
Yeah. No, that last one was brutal. Let us know if you play the new one. Despite the claims elsewise, UFF is the best Final Fantasy pod that has ever existed. It honestly isn't a hard title to grab, and it really should be. These guys have toiled through games no one wants to play, somehow not playing the only game everyone wants them to play. Books that had no right to be written, and a fan fest that probably definitely turned Joe gay. Sorry, new bride. I'll forever be grateful for the thousands of hours I've spent listening with Joe and Kaleb about random rants about Ron Paul, blocking on a shoot, and creepy dudes at a Maverick. Thanks so much for the years you've given us, and cheers going forward. Can we get a Craig as Dave Mustaine to satisfy the masses before you go?
Craig as Dave Mustaine?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if we could pull that off.
Dude. Thank you. By the way, okay. Oh, never mind. It's not worth it. Okay.
What, not gay?
No. I mean, what?
You can't beat a dead horse, Joe. Like,
You can't control how... Look, and I'm not saying this for all of our listeners. Okay? There's your context. You can't control how dumb some people on the internet are. Like, you can't help it. Like, some people take things that you say literally.
oh, yeah.
And they believe you. So there is at least one listener who, after hearing the mail order bride comment, the joke from 2 emails ago, now thinks I have a mail order bride. There is at least, I don't know, there's at least 10 listeners out there that believe I'm gay as well.
10?
At least 10.
Don't you think we're lowballing it here just a little bit?
Because there were a good handful of people that believed that Dave Mustaine was on this fucking show.
Yeah.
And so that should be that's just a lesson.
I mean, you never know. If you don't follow Megadeth, you could think like, damn, this guy's really fallen. Like,
and I remember a handful of times where you said something horrific on the show, and people were getting mad at me for saying it.
yeah.
In like a forum or something.
Yeah, you've gotten in trouble for me.
It's like I got in trouble for something I didn't say. And there's proof of it. There's a recording of it. So, anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up.
I mean, maybe just after a while, the voices just all combine. That would be kind of bizarre.
So Beaver LA says, I cannot believe that the day has finally come. When I found UFF, I was a lab tech in charge of mouse experiments. God, dude, the jobs range wildly here. So I would listen to the two of you review some of my favorite games while sitting down in the vivarium for 6 hours a day. Now I am a project manager, and I still take time to listen to you when a new episode drops. Because of UFF, I now co-host a podcast with another UFF listener. He and I would have never met if it wasn't for the old UFF forums. Now he is one of my closest friends. I'm really sad to see UFF go, but I also understand all journeys must come to an end. The credits must roll. But I wanted to sincerely thank you both for being such a big part of my life these last 6 years. Beaver LA. Thank you, Beaver.
Yeah, that's Black Mage's host.
All right.
Oh, man. This is the shortest thing Greg's ever written here. The end of UFF from Greg Troyan, Chapter 1. What a difference a day makes. Or rather, what a difference a decade makes. It's hard to believe that Ultima Final Fantasy is finally getting the ending. Is finally ending the fantasy after 10 long years. Sorry, all the F's are confusing me. 10 years ago was a pre-Donald Trump era of politics, a pre-COVID world, and Final Fantasy VII Remake hadn't even been announced yet. I had just started dating my now wife. My band had yet to release its second album, and I had friends I expected to love and cherish for years that have since sadly passed on. However, life does continue forward, and while we can never get back what we've lost, I'm grateful... Well, we got back one of those things. I'm grateful for the new things I've gained. Yeah. Sorry, Greg. I'm grateful for the new things I've gained in this past decade, including a friendship with Joe and Kaleb that began 6 years ago. I've been honored to contribute to Joe's filmmaking career by scoring the 13th Cross, and honored to have been able to contribute to UFF as a third host, arguably a fourth host. Craig might get the honor of third host over myself. Maybe, shit. Thanks to the many years of memories and friendships, and hoping the next phase of your lives offer something beautiful and enriching. Now play Chrono Trigger, you fucks.
Thank you, Greg.
Love, your buddy Greg.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate that. Appreciate the score on 13th Cross. Yeah, that's another thing. I got both of my... A composer of 13th Cross came from the podcast. in the community they're in, and Chicken Coop as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That is
both of my composers. Oh wow, this one's huge review, guys.
Yeah.
So give me a second here. This is from Frost. Thanks for 10 years of great podcasting. I can't believe I've been listening to you since 2017. All the best, Frost.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, that was a long one. Sorry, I need to take a breath. Okay. And let's see, am I allowed to say a name? Okay, yes, I am. Hello, Joe and Caleb. This is Alex Bakai, pronounced Bakai, rhymes with tie, from St. Louis, Missouri. In case anyone wants to look him up. I've been a fan of the show since 2015, with first listening to the one of the game reviews in the main FF13 trilogy, and loved the show since then. Your reviews are spot on, and you guys break everything down from the development to the gameplay in these reviews. I ended up going back to the beginning and listening to all the episodes of the podcast, and would wait to listen to the review of the games that were released in the past 10 years until I had a chance to play them. You guys have made me love the Final Fantasy series and its other franchises more by getting a different opinion of them from your reviews. I also learned new things about certain series or games that I wouldn't know otherwise unless I took the time to look them up myself. The only review I submitted was for Final Fantasy Mystic Quest because it's one of my very first FF games and the one I replay the most besides the original FF7. Plus, I could remember the game very easily without replaying it since it was a short game. I've only played 27 of the 50 games from the original Final Fantasy list rankings you did years ago. FF7 Remake and Rebirth would make my total 29 games, and those games were excellent, and I can't wait till the third game in the Remake series. I've played the first 3 Mana games, and Secret of Mana was the best. Dawn of Mana was probably the worst game I ever bought, and a big disappointment to the series.
Yeah.
And never played any others after Trials of Mana besides Dawn. I loved the Bravely Default series and played all of them, but did not like Bravely Default 2 as much because of the outrageous difficulty on the boss fights and having to get strategies online in order to beat many later in the game. I've read a majority of the Final Fantasy books that you reviewed on the show, and I have liked almost all of them except for the Kids Are All Right book, which we read. We didn't even read the official one on that one.
No. I wonder how much better it is.
It's got to be 30% better just because it's readable at that point, right?
Yeah. It's translated by them.
Yeah.
Professionally.
I'm going through all the Nude Clan episodes now, and when I have time, and those episodes have been entertaining. It's been great to listen to both of you over the past 9 years of me listening to your podcast, and I will miss the entertainment that you two brought to the podcast. Thank you again, and hope to see you continue to at least review any new Final Fantasy games in the near future. Top 3 FF games: FF7, FF10, FF6.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. Thank you very much. Present for Magic Mind.
Nice.
All right, we got one more email, and then we have some messages in the Discord. So this email popped in as soon as we started.
Yeah. Message for the finale. I know I said that my Traces of Two Past review would be my last appearance on the show, but congratulations on an incredible run. You guys brought us years of solid, trustworthy reviews and tons of laughs. Your podcast always felt like a chat with friends. No shilling or cliches or chasing trends, just honest talk that the listeners could really trust. I still marvel at your dedication to completing the list, long after it was proven to be totally impractical. You owed us nothing, and yet you tortured yourselves for the amusement of strangers. I would also like to add for almost nothing, but it was an honor to meet you guys twice at KupoCon and share a few drinks, along with Craig, Cameron, Krinatal, and others. Guesting on the podcast was a thrill, along with all the times I remembered to send in my comments for a review episode. You were a treasured part of my lunch breaks and chores for so many years. I will truly miss UFF, but I'll be there to support whatever project comes next. Hysterical type 0 sobbing noises. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Steven.
Yeah, man. It was good hanging out, and I appreciate the beer you bought me.
Okay, here we go. Discord.
Yeah.
Discord. Let's see if I can find the beginning. Chase versus All. I remember when they needed a VR headset for the FF fishing game.
Yeah, me too.
It was awesome to be returned to me with this new white crust add-on. What? What did you do? Thank you for everything and giving me something to listen to after all these years. Well, thank you, Chase. We got a question from Arlen72. Which game did you each look forward to the most?
Looking forward to maybe Rebirth, honestly, because of how good Remake was.
Yeah, that's a heavy one. I think, though, for me, I was holding on to Xenogears for years.
Yeah.
Excited to see what that was.
I could see that would be one of them, too, because it was so hailed as, like, such a great game.
Yeah, and it was right in that kind of Square Co. golden era. So that was one that was probably... That was really big, and then replaying Kingdom Hearts 2 was also something I was really looking forward to. That one didn't age as well, unfortunately, but it's still a good game. But gosh, what else was I really looking forward to? At a certain point, I wanted to play the sequels to Final Fantasy 13. I was always curious in those, and I never got the. Basically, this show forced me to actually do it, and follow through on it. So basically, it just scratched that itch of like when you're an earlier fan, every box of these games is like a mystery to you, and you finally I scratched the itch. I more than scratched the itch. Like my fucking arm has been ripped. The skin has been ripped off.
Yeah, you scratched it to the bone.
And now I'm like, I don't know if I should have done that, but it's done.
The seal has been broken. Yeah.
You have any other thoughts on that question? Or
no, those are both two really good ones. Xenogears for sure. Yeah, I would say Chrono, but
that remains to be.
Yeah, to be determined.
I guess subscribe and we'll find out together. Steven says, what are we supposed to do with our lives now?
I don't know, man.
Well, there's a few things you can do. One, you could find a new podcast while still subscribed to this one.
Yeah.
Okay, it's okay to be subscribed to a podcast that doesn't release episodes very often. Okay.
Yeah. What's the point of unsubscribing? Honestly?
Yeah. What's the point? Like, what if something is triggered inside of one of us and we decide to release an episode?
Yeah, it's there. We can
at some point. So I'd stick around, but I think you should be good to each other. That's all I got. Start Manacast? Question mark. Alex Ross 92.
I mean, we pretty much already did. It's just the new one. But I'm
not doing it.
Yeah, that's not happening.
I'm not doing it, dude. The mana has burned me so many times.
Yeah, it just gets worse and worse. And you don't think it could get worse, and then it does.
Oh, my God. Shinryu, one of our oldest listeners that I remember. Thank you for everything. Both of you have no idea how much this podcast and all the episodes you recorded meant to me. I've listened to every single episode since that first year when you started. Thanks, Kaleb and Joe, for the best podcast memories and being one of my favorite fun podcasts. A fun UFF story is how I had my wisdom teeth removed 1 year in September, and I found your podcast. My mouth hurt so bad for a week, I barely ate anything that wasn't liquid, so I just laid and rested listening to hours of UFF, which just started that year. I then joined the original forums and saw Brandy and the others on there, and felt like an awesome community. I love the humor and the reactions you both had to FF news, game moments, and just general life discussions. I don't think there will ever be an FF podcast as good as this one, and you both need to brag about how you finished every FF game any chance you get because you earned that right. I do. If Final Fantasy is ever brought up, I always do. I'm like, yeah, I have Final Fantasy podcast for years and beat every single game.
Yeah, the only thing I'm more excited to do is rag on Mana. If everyone's like, oh, have you ever played Mana? I was like, Mana sucks. Don't play Mana.
I think there are 53 Final Fantasy games now. available in the States.
Yeah.
And even some of the games that we played are not available anymore, like the Wii Store games. So technically that's not true. But I think we've beaten 4? Is it 54?
So Stranger wasn't out.
Oh, no, it's 55. I didn't have that one.
Stranger 16. 7 Rebirth.
7 Rebirth. The Final Bar Line Theater.
Final Bar Line wasn't, yeah.
Maybe it's just 54.
Might just be the 4, yeah.
Yeah, so 54 games now. Usually I just say the number 50 because it's a nice number, but
yeah, and it's
crazy.
freakish.
Bonus, if you could do something different with how you did the show originally, what is the number one main thing you would have done differently or changed looking back?
If we would have known that we were going to do all of these games, I think doing it all chronologically would have been cool. Because then, I don't know, then we can kind of see Square building as a company a little bit. But even then, when I've had that thought, I've thought, no, I think we did it right. Because you can see them grow chronologically, but these are like B and C team projects, so like it's not really fair to
polymorphic content would have been some rough days.
Yeah, it would have been a lot.
I mean,
of
they
hell.
still affected us. Don't get me wrong, but occasionally we could go back and play like a retro game just because of the weird order that we did.
I think we did it the right way, honestly.
I think so. I think there's some things with the podcast I would have changed. If I had known everything I know now, working in the YouTube space like I've done with YouTubers and with podcasters, and I guess a lot of the knowledge that I have would not have been there because I wouldn't have experimented a lot myself with my own shows. But yeah, that's a. I think it would more be about the show and not so much like the order of the podcasts. I think I might have stressed Twitch more and live streaming more.
Yeah.
While we still had time in our lives to do that.
Yeah.
Now is not a good time to start any of that.
I think process-wise, we would have changed some things. But I think as far as the actual games and the order and stuff like that, like the bones of the show, no. But I agree. I wish we would have done like what we've always talked about doing, like make it on everything, like shorts, like all the stuff. Like I wish we would have. And now it's like there's no fucking way.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I would have had time back then. I just didn't even know. Well, you don't know what you don't know, I guess. I guess I shouldn't be too hard on myself. It's like if I were to start it now, I would definitely feel a lot more pressure to like do it right.
Yeah,
you know,
but we
which
also
is exactly what I've like warned people not to do and worry about.
Yeah.
And I kind of, it's a lot of games and I'm kind of just done like with the games.
Yeah.
So if I were to do something like this again, it would be seasonal and a lot less games for sure, or whatever the subject is. Less. And more focus on those things.
Yeah, I think we could if we did it that way. If it was like, this is X amount of hours, we're going to do a season every 3 months or something.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take all 3 months to do it.
Yeah.
It's like, cool, we're done. Relax.
Yep. And so you could work on a little bit more of the showmanship side of things.
Yeah.
By the way, another reason to stick around and keep us in your feed is that we might work on something in the future. Probably not in the near future, but in the future that I think some of you guys will be interested in. So stay tuned, and if that happens, we will talk about it on the thing, because we have to take the fans from this feed and put them into another feed.
Yep.
Phantom JD asks, are they going to shadow drop the Chrono Trigger review on the final episode? Not on the final episode. That's not going to happen.
For sure that won't happen.
Yep. Shinryu says, best send your Chrono Trigger review and questions. I mean, if you do, that's up to you.
You could,
There's an email address, fffanatics123@gmail.com, I guess. just kind of like we had a Bravely Default 2 review. We accidentally started reading.
Yeah.
I mean, you can feel free to throw in some Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross and Radical Dreamer reviews in there.
Yeah, we
if
might
you
read
want.
them.
We might read your emails. Splurge says, "What's your favorite game that you played for the show, and why is it Chrono Trigger?"
Yeah, we hate them all. That's the answer.
What is your favorite one? Okay. We're going to get into rankings, so we know what we think our best one is. Is your best and your favorite the same?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay, what's your favorite?
My favorite right now, it might be Rebirth, as far as like how fun it was to play.
That's a good one.
It's like the perfect combination between action and turn-based RPG. The card game was super fun in it. There's a ton of stuff to do. That one was up there. FF12 has always been up there for me as far as like
That's a great one.
how much there is to do, how enjoyable the battle system is to me, stuff like that. Those are really fun. Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line was a blast. I played it really a lot when I got it. So it's hard to say, but I mean, Rebirth is a really good game. Like, and I had a lot of fun playing it, and I wish I could have played it the second time on hard right away, but we just didn't have time. I really didn't have time. So
those are some good ones. Yeah, shit, Rebirth was great, and I could have spent way more time in it too.
yeah,
Which is always a good thing with these games, because especially if you're doing this show and you're like, I want to beat this probably in about a month. Got to keep the show active.
yeah,
And that requires, obviously, if they're 35 hours a game, 35 to 45 hours a game, then obviously you're playing about an hour a day. And if it's a game that's like decent, you still kind of want to just get through it and get it over with. But if it's a game where you're like, I'm going to put some extra time into this, that didn't happen that often. So there are some games I would say that are like more like surprising how much I loved them. And so when you ask favorite, I still think my favorite Final Fantasies are going to be near the top of my rankings list. Most of my top Final Fantasies are favorites. So like FF10.
yeah.
FF7 is one of my favorites.
I want to play 10 again for sure.
Yeah, it's the ones that I want to replay. 6. I've played that one twice now. And 8 is probably it's one of the ones that I know is not. I know it's like seriously flawed in like 90 million aspects, but I love it. And that was my first Final Fantasy, so it's obviously one of my favorites. But like surprise ones that really blew me out of the park for what they were was like Xenogears until the last disc, and Vagrant Story.
Yeah,
that one like kicked so much ass. Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance was another one that was like way better than I expected it to be. That was just like a fun short game. Then like some of the time waster, like My Life as a Dark Lord like games, like dumb simple game, but
awesome.
I had a lot of fun playing it, and I like there was a smile on my face the whole time. Final Fantasy Adventure was another one. So those are kind of like when I think of favorites, I think of like ones that like I don't think they go up against the top ones in the series. They're probably against like the Roman numeral games. A lot of them are in the middle or upper middle, but they're still like so great that they're kind of on. When I think favorites, I think of those ones that kind of exceeded expectations.
Yeah, Bravely Second, I would say, is in there too. Because everyone always talks about how the only good one was Bravely Default.
Oh, no, yeah. The Bravely Default series has been great.
Yeah.
Even the worst one was still, like,
pretty good, yeah. This is fucking brutal is all.
Yeah, it's a dick. Alex Ross, 92, says, for the finale, thanks for all the hundreds of hours of entertainment. 575.5 hours
That's
of entertainment.
right.
To be
You're welcome for every minute of it.
Plus these.
Yeah.
Your contribution to the FF community is unmatched, not according to Greg, who made sure to correct us immediately. My question is, what advice would you give people wanting to follow in your footsteps, whether it be FF Podcast, YouTube channel, or other medium? I think I already said my piece earlier in this episode. I wouldn't really add too much to that, except that, we're not on sacred ground here. Feel free to do it again. And do it.
Yeah. I mean, there's even been people who was it? It was like some freaking somebody on YouTube was like, "Oh, you stole their thing." And then someone they messaged me, tagged me, and apologized for stealing the thing. And I'm
it was enjoy the grind.
Oh, was it?
I think it was. I think it was the phrase enjoy the grind. I'm
I can't take that from you. They're like, "Oh, can we use it?" I'm like, "Yeah, you can use it." Shit, there's another podcast that stole our fucking logo, for God's sake. It is just the FF7 sword thing.
Yeah, which we stole from FF7.
Yeah.
So that's you just steal all the way.
Yeah, and I was like,
the internet. There's no ownership.
Yeah, so you could do it again. If you want to do it, do it. I think it's a fun thing. I think what you should do is decide how you want to do it, though. If you're going to do all of them, in a way it makes sense. When you get to FF7, you do them, chronologically within the story of 7. That was one thing that I had played with in the beginning. So if you want to do that and have it okay, this is FF7 time, just knock out all of them and then move on. That could be a fun way to do it.
I don't know if there's any perfect order, so you got to just decide.
Yeah, but just decide one and stick to it is all I would say.
Decide one, stick to it. Gosh, there's a part of me that kind of wishes that we had reviewed the game in parts, which I've seen other podcasts do.
Yeah.
But then there's a part of me that's like, no, fuck it. I think we did it just fine because now I can unlist a whole bunch of episodes and we just have reviews, pure reviews.
Yeah.
They're not sullied by the weekly show format or anything like that.
Yeah, which we used to do. We would break them into chunks for them to not be that long. And now it's FF16, 6 hours.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Get some.
Well, that would just give us a week off. That's why we
did it, yeah. So we're lazy, so...
Yeah. Yeah, in the end, we're lazy because we put out a fucking episode every week. I don't think we could call ourselves that lazy. But also, I wanted to give my rankings for the games I played so far, least to best. I don't see Heroes as a Mana on here. But Revenant Wings, Dirge of Cerberus, 14, 11. So 11 above 14. Interesting. 1 Pixel Remaster, 8, 7 Remake, Vagrant Story, 15, 16, 7, and 12. 12's number 1.
Damn.
Yeah. Another big 12 fan. And again, thanks for the fun time, and I'm looking forward to re-listening to the show from beginning to end many times. Oh, man, when I listen to the old episodes, I just want to shoot myself. So
yeah,
I don't know how you guys can stand it.
Have fun, I guess.
And there was at least, I think it was Felicia who's like, I tried to listen to one of the old ones and I can't do it anymore. I'm like, I get it.
I don't even listen to them. I just listen to the ones that I really love, like the Heroes of Mana. Legend or Dawn, whichever awful PS2 one it was. It was Dawn. Sometimes I'll listen to those just to get in the mood.
Yeah, anyone where
mad.
we're just fucking pissed.
Yeah, it's just hilarious to me.
Alex says, P.S. If you ever did do Final Fantasy February, I'd happily renew my FF11 sub to play along. If I'm just a freelancer and somehow got, wealthy, Final Fantasy February could happen.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, hey, so I'm taking all of Final Fantasy off to February. Yeah. That's what I was just about to say. I'm taking all of February off to do Final Fantasy. That's it. Fuck it. And I liked your idea of just we just start and we don't stop playing till we beat all the mainline games.
We'll have a live stream going. We take
with a fucking cot. You can take your nap.
We got to spy on each other. All right, he's sleeping. I can catch up.
Oh fuck, dude! I'd do it in the same room. Are you kidding me? It would be like back in the old days of 13 hours of 13 and 14 hours of 14 and 15 hours of 15 and did we do 16? Yes, we did. We did 16 hours of 16.
It was miserable.
That one was a brutal one because you didn't get any sleep the night before.
Yeah, I was dying.
Yeah, they got more brutal as they went along, clearly.
Yeah.
But it would be something like that where it's we're in the same room and we're just have the stream going. We're just ugh.
Yeah.
In our own filth.
Yeah, we could do it. We could set it up to have a split screen. I'm on the left, you're on the right, and then that's where we are in the games. We can spy on each other.
Yeah, you could. I think I would allow emulation on that one.
Just so that we didn't have to like fucking go get the new console. Like, oh
Yeah.
shit, gotta plug in the fucking
Of course,
NES.
it's possible that the Pixel remasters. I don't know. Do they have speed leveling like they've been doing for the other?
I'm not
remakes
sure.
and
I don't have them
remasters?
yet.
Yeah, I don't have them either because
If we
games.
bought them, that would make it easy because then we'd have 1 through 9.
Just digitally.
Or was it 1 through? No, it's 1 through 6. And then 7, 8, and 9 are on the PS4 already.
Yeah.
10 is on there. We'd have to play the PC for 11,
Yeah.
but that's it.
I don't know if I'd do 11. I think I might skip it for 10 too.
Then we could do all of them on the PS5.
13 is on there?
Oh, wait, shit. No, I don't think it is. We'd have to plug in the PS3 for 13.
I guess.
That's so dumb. Why don't they remaster?
Oh, they might actually. I know it's on Steam. You could do it on there.
I think that would be a fucking sweet idea.
Yeah, and then
Just be divorced.
2 weeks later, yeah, we'll both be divorced.
Yeah. Like, oh, I guess we can do whatever now. Want to start a podcast? Yeah. So this one's from I Am Christoph. I've been listening to this podcast from around episode 6. It's been an absolute pleasure listening to you two guys accomplish something I would absolutely love to do, but would never have the patience, the time, or the balls to pull it off. I'm a trucker from Yorkshire, England. My first Final Fantasy was Christmas 1997. I was 11 years old and received a PS1 copy of Final Fantasy VII that I still own today. Damn.
Wow.
I remember feeling disappointed that it wasn't Croc. I'd never heard of an RPG before.
I mean, yeah, in the annals of time, 2 games will be remembered: Croc and Final Fantasy.
And one of them's definitely better. I had never heard of an RPG before. Once I got playing, and a memory card, I fell in love with the series. You lads have given me nostalgia, laughs, and made the miles on the road fly by. Thank you, Joe and Caleb. It's been a great ride.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Why didn't you do that in a British accent? Don't you remember the old days? Don't do it.
Oh, I've been listening.
I've been listening to this podcast, huh?
Wasn't Croc. Crikey, that's not Croc. Anyway, to my friends, should I do this one in the Crinital accent?
No.
To my friends, thanks for all the stories and time together. You guys are some of the best friends I have ever known. I found you guys during the Final Fantasy VIII episode. We had a lot of laughs and hardships along the way. For being in the trenches with Baindrum and Darth Jamu and FF11 to me yelling the fuck at you guys all throughout your time at FF14. When I got to meet Emily, Bill Mardigan, Judge Cloudprod, you guys opened up a world of podcasting for me and taught me so much through your journey. Allowing me to come by and actually participate in the episodes and be in your stories. I fucking love this podcast and all love from the fans we met along the way and the few we directly met at KupoCon, including Felicia, Steven, Brulo, and many others. I will be here for you guys all the way till the Endwalker and beyond. There will be no beyond Endwalker. There must be more stories to tell and more games to play. Thank you for being there. Your buddy, Krinital.
Thank you, Kren.
Yeah, man, thanks.
Appreciate it.
You want to do this one?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Uncle Slam says, my first FF experience was 13 back when it came out. I watched my parents play it, and I wanted to play it myself. However, my dad wanted to test my 9-year-old willpower and introduced me to Final Fantasy Origins. I completed both 1 and 2 and was on my way to finishing 3 by the time I was 12. I wanted to discuss my experiences with my dad. However, he played them back when he was a kid, so he didn't remember much. This was around the time that podcasts were getting popular, I believe. And I looked for anything FF related to listen to. I found FF Union and didn't like the short episodes they had at the time. So next on the list was Ultima. Next on the list. You mean the first fucking whatever.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Dude, they haven't released an episode in like years. I think that podcast is done.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have their YouTube channel.
We
but the
fucking
podcast
did
is
it.
over.
We did it, boys.
We won.
Yeah.
Finally.
We won the war that only we knew was being fought. Hell yeah.
The latest episode at the time was FF4, and I couldn't wait for more. Both Kaleb and Joe were a blast to listen to and had some great discussions on each game. Ever since then, I've listened to every new episode and even jumped on Nude Clan. Y'all have helped me through middle school and high school. You should not have listened to this in middle school.
And Nude Clan, man, holy shit.
High school to late night shifts, and now even college. Watching you guys grow as people has been an honor, and I thank you for the amazing 10 years of dedication and entertainment. I'm sad to see y'all go, but everything ends eventually. I'm just happy I stuck around to see it all. Slam. P.S. Caleb Schweiss ruined my developing child brain, and now I'm 22 with a love of alcohol and then most fucked up sense of humor. Wouldn't change a thing, though.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing to this guy?
I mean,
You sent him alcohol? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, in middle school.
Yeah.
I, too, started drinking before I was allowed to.
Oh, I drank. You were there on the day I drank. You bought me my first drinks.
Yeah.
Caleb.
Oh, who was it? It was Dylan's. It was at Dylan's house,
It was
right?
at Dylan's house. We had the beer, but you bought me sake at the Japanese restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So my first booze was sake, which is
That's kind of a rough start.
Yeah, that's a rough start. I remember drinking it. I was like, this tastes like what I imagine hand sanitizer tastes like, which is, of course, because there's alcohol in hand sanitizer.
Yeah, you can drink that, too.
As we learned on Nude Clan.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Do you want to take Cabos?
Yeah, I'll do it.
I'll do the next one.
Cabo. I was doing so much manual work at home in 2022 as COVID had me working from home, and I needed something to listen to besides music while I worked, so I thought, what podcast topic would be a good listen? I've loved FF since the late 90s when 7 became my escape from the cult religious environment I was usually in at home. Well, so I searched for an FF podcast, and UFF might have been the first result. I started at episode 1, but quickly decided to skip to 2 to see if it gets better, and luckily it did, so I continued listening. Gradually, the show merged with my actual life experiences as I was almost always listening. During the FF9 recipes episode, I was disassembling a wardrobe. During the FF Cup Noodle episode, I was out waiting at a tram station, and Caleb Craig was always a welcome surprise. He was like Phoebe from Friends, there for comic relief and infectiously mood-lifting. I didn't want to submit any reviews until I was finally caught up with the episodes, and it just so happened that I finally caught up right as the show was ending.
Oh, shit.
Well, welcome to the show.
Yeah,
So here's my first and last review, my review of UFF. As I sit here drinking my magic mind, I wonder what's the best way to summarize UFF. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah. And as I go back and listen to random bits, I realize how much creativity was put into the show. It wasn't just two guys chatting who had agreeable opinions. It was a lot of genuinely entertaining content that seemed mostly from Joe's mind, and Caleb added his own touch to. Yeah, that's fair. From the segment melodies to the celebrity guest appearances, I have no idea how you guys personally know such a famous rock star. There was a creative idea after creative idea. But that must have taken forever to plan and produce episode after episode, and I'm honestly relieved that you'll finally be taking a rest from the show and focusing on your real lives. I feel guilty having so much entertainment at the cost of your years and health. I will definitely be recommending the show to my FF fan friends. Thanks for all the awesome content. Great podcast. 10 out of 10. Would recommend.
Oh, thank you very much. No, Caleb came up with a lot of stuff. I don't think that's that fair of an assessment, actually.
Yeah. Who knows? I can't remember anymore.
I know. It's been so many years. Bean. Gents, thank you. I started listening to podcasts years ago, and yours was the second one I stumbled across. I then jumped onto Nude Clan for its second ever episode. Have been listening from the start with that one. I started my FF journey watching my dad play FF7, then I got into FF8 on a PS demo. Completed FF8 and then went on to FF7 and never looked back. Did I just read that wrong? Oh, he watched his dad play FF7, then he got FF8. Okay, all right, makes sense. I think I'm like Joe. FF8 may be the dark horse of the family. However, it's up that as one of my first and then one of the best. Okay, I get what you're saying. The full game reviews from the mainline series started off on my UFF adventure, and then I've been with you ever since. The time you've put into this project is outstanding. 4,473 hours. And by the way, that's a conservative number, I would like to add.
And counting, yeah.
And counting right now. The time you put into this project is outstanding. To think that so many of us have been chilling, working, driving to work, and on a weekly or daily basis listening to you both. I'm always refreshing my podcast app, and as soon as UFF appears, it overrides everything else. This pod is so well balanced on how it's presented, and the content you produce is equally hilarious and fun, and a great pick me up. I think I speak for a number of us when I say thank you for doing what you do without realizing being there for us through the ups and downs. Happy for you all that you're finally coming to an end, so you can step back, chill, and crack on without the pressure. 100% not unsubscribing, so that in 30 years' time I can listen to your Final Fantasy 16 Remake Part 9. All the best. Thank you again. Well, thank you.
Yeah, I can't wait for that Remake Part 9.
Yeah.
Epic mediocrity. You guys are actually the first ever podcast I listened to. Damn. I had always listened to music and got a bit tired of it, so decided to try out podcasts to fill my 4-hour weekly mowing side job with. Final Fantasy has always been something I've loved, and so I looked into finding anything related to it, and you were the first podcast I came across. You were informative while also being absolutely hilarious, and it really felt like hanging out with a few friends and shooting the shit about Final Fantasy. You gave each game a fair shake while also shitting on them when it was warranted. And with trying to work towards projects such as Ultima myself, I really admired the dedication to giving us weekly episodes for as long as you did. It's definitely a daunting task, and you guys are truly amazing for pushing through and dishing them out as well as finishing the series. I have absolutely enjoyed the time I've spent listening to you guys, even if I don't agree 100% with your takes. The vocal tracks aren't that bad. Whether it's Joe's movies or podcasts that you guys might end up doing, I'm greatly looking forward to any future projects you do. Speaking of future projects, the audio drama you did was phenomenal, and I don't think I'm the only one who feels this way. If you did more in the future, I'm sure they would do pretty solidly. Thank you for the hours of entertainment, and congrats on finishing the podcast. Questions. Which games from the list do you think you'll go back and replay? Probably the top 3.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 7 someday. I don't really have a want to replay that one. I've played that one a lot, so it's like Final Fantasy 7's like not.
Yeah, I want to do it because I need to get all the trophies on the PS4.
10, I want to get a refresher on, see if I still love it as much as I did the last 2 times I beat it.
Yeah.
Gosh, I kind of want to play the original version of 15, like uninstall the updates and play what it originally was without the giant kind of third act that they added onto it.
Yeah.
See if I still like it as much as I did. 16, I do want to play again. Probably not anytime soon, but yeah, a lot of the top ones. And some of the. I don't think I'd ever replay Xenogears again. I think that game was way too long.
Yeah.
And clunky. But maybe Vagrant Story.
Yeah, Vagrant Story I would like to play again.
And maybe Trials of Mana.
All the ones that have trophies that I don't have, I'll probably replay at some point. Yeah, I would say those, the big ones, FF10. I'll probably replay 12 again. Just those ones. Do you think you would redo the podcast in 5 to 10 years, but just replaying the numbered titles? Only as like the joke stream thing that we came up with.
Yeah.
That would be kind of funny.
It would have to be a short amount of time. Something stupid and crazy. I always come up with crazy shit to do. I already talked about my movie marathon idea a few episodes ago, which I still think is an amazing idea.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm actually in the works right now. I'm trying to get 7 other filmmakers to do this, but we're all going to make feature film. By the way, if anybody's interested in doing this, we're kind of doing a 90 or a Dogma 95. If anybody knows what that is, they know what that is. A Dogma 95 kind of remake, but for 2025. I was calling it Project 25 until someone else called it someone else called something else Project 25, which really pissed me off. I was like, I've been calling this first it was Project 2024, and I was calling it Project 2025, and then that became a thing, and I was like, God fucking damn it, dude. They took my fucking title. I know it's the easiest title to come up with, but it's like, fuck you. So now it's Conspiracy 25. So Conspiracy 25 is, in a week, we all have to write a movie in a week, and there's like a writing retreat that we're all like paying for to go up. We have nothing to do up there but write. All the movies have to be related to each other in a certain way, and then there's 10 commandments. So you can't have any it's like no visual effects. It has to be at least 80 minutes long and less than 90 minutes long. They all have to be connected in some way, and the max amount of money that can be spent on the movie outside of like gas for travel is $2,025.
Oh, nice.
So basically everybody's like volunteer, and you have to help on other people's films. So it's like creating this, and then you have a certain amount of time when you have to cut the movie together. You have a certain amount of and like lock a cut in and do a sound mix and all that stuff. There's like dates you have to hit throughout the year of 2025, and then at the end of the year we're gonna show it all at like a film festival that we're gonna like make for our own thing. So anyway, I've been working on this with a few filmmakers. Another fucking crazy ass, like, we're all gonna make a movie within like a 9-month span of time, and
nice.
For literally no money, and then we're gonna show it all. But because I think it's like the restrictions of it is what excites me about it.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people, like, there's a lot of perfectionists obviously that are like, I have a friend that took like fucking 6 years to make his fucking movie. I mean, Chicken Coop took me like a year to edit, or me and Parker a year to edit. So, you know, that is what it is, and it's not a short film; they're feature films, and everybody knows like what the restrictions are. So that's really exciting. So I always come up with dumb shit like that. So the idea of Final Fantasy February definitely sounds like a 2026, 2027.
Yeah,
some stupid shit.
Psycho project.
Yeah, psycho project that I've come up with. I think my psycho project this year wasn't that psycho. Like, it's a popular thing to do, but Rim to Rim is what I was training for, and then I finally did that with Timo. Like,
how hard was it?
Not.
Yeah.
Not.
I fucking knew it.
It was like so much easier than my marathon.
I was like wondering. I was like, I have not trained for it, but I wonder if I could do it. And maybe I couldn't have.
Well, there was a member of the group that had some difficulty.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
maybe I would have been too.
And they had trained. It's not like they did not train. So I was just, for me, it was
not as hard as you were expecting.
Hard. Yeah. Because I had been told Rim to Rim's way harder than a marathon, even though it's 3 miles shorter than a marathon. It's, this much elevation. And I mean, yes, but for some reason my body was like, it was just the day for it. It was just ready, and it was not difficult. And I was able to drive. I was able to stay awake. After my marathon, that thing destroyed me.
Yeah.
So, and that was like road miles versus like trail miles. Trail miles, for some reason, like tick off faster and feel easier. They're easier on the joints for sure.
Yeah, you're not running. I mean,
yeah. So, but they're harder kind of muscularly. So you're getting more exhausted. So there's like, I don't know. For me, Rim to Rim was much easier than my marathon was a year before, and I had trained maybe 50% as hard.
Gotcha.
So that's what surprised me. I was like, well, maybe it's just year after year of physical fitness. Like, I'm just at a better point, and I haven't let myself like go.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the crazy one that year. Next year's going to be Conspiracy 25. But man, Final Fantasy February is starting to sound like fun. I don't know what job I'm going to have when that comes up and how that's going to even be possible. But there you go.
Yeah, I'll have enough time off. I could do it. They might be pretty pissed at me. But I'm like, hey, man.
Yeah, fuck it.
I'll do what I want. Do you feel like the time spent on these games was wasted? No, in some ways, yeah.
Yes and no.
Like when I was doing the Crystal Battles and Dissidia NT Free Edition, I felt like I was wasting my life. Yeah.
And you were, for sure.
Yeah. that one was a good 130 hours, I think. Just the free version. And then the fucking regular version was even more.
I mean, I feel like I've gotten a lot out of this show, so in a way, no. But then when I see numbers like the ones we have listed off earlier on this podcast episode,
Yeah, can't help but think
I was like,
maybe.
oh, fuck, dude, I could have been. I have regrets. So, and they're not really to do with the show, but the show was definitely like an excuse not to live my life. So, like, I should have dated a lot more than I did in my 20s. Like, I was a sad dater, and I didn't really start dating until a few years ago. Like, seriously, like,
Yeah.
and I was just lonely, and I was fat, and I felt shitty about myself, and none of my friends were women, so it was like this like horrible kind of like horrible, I don't know, 8-year span of just like it wasn't good. It wasn't good in terms of like the dating realm, and I'm like, I could have had a lot more fun in college.
Yeah.
But I think I still could have done the podcast. In hindsight, I still could have done both and been able to function just fine. I also think that like career-wise, I was also like really bad with like just getting jobs that would pay me
Yeah.
well or in my field. And it's taken me too many years to learn some life lessons that it looks like other people learned about 5 years ahead of me on most things. And it's not that the podcast retarded my development. It's just that I kind of used the amount of time I was spending on the podcast as a crutch. So it'd be like, instead of going out this weekend or going to a party or something like it, I'm playing my Final Fantasy games Friday night, you know?
Yeah.
But some of those are great memories with my friends. So I don't know. It's a little bit,
Yeah, I mean, like 11 and
Yeah, I
that.
don't
Those
know.
were great times.
that's complex, I guess, in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wasted time, but I don't think I would regret it.
Okay.
All right, which game has the best soundtrack?
That's tough. 9, maybe?
Yeah, 9, 7,
9, 15.
10's good.
Yeah,
Well-
10 has great highs, but it also has a bunch of like techno beat shit.
Boop, boop, ba-doot, doot, 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 doot.
6. I would say Nobuo Uematsu was at his peak. 6, 7, and 10 and 9. Excuse me.
Yeah, 9 is a better soundtrack than it is a game.
6, 7, and 9.
It's a pretty good game.
Final Fantasy Adventure has a kick-ass score. That's up there for me. Like
1 and
up
2,
there.
1 and 2 are amazing. I mean,
Mystic Quest.
yeah,
When we say Mystic Quest, it's American Mystic Quest. I don't know what it is in Britain. I know it gets all squirrely. Mystic Quest had a pretty kick-ass soundtrack. And then I think 15 soundtrack is phenomenal.
Crisis Core is pretty damn good too. There's a lot of metal in there. None of them are as good as Doom 2016's. I'm gonna be honest here.
Bummer.
It's just impossible to. It's because it's like a you got like soundtracks. You're doing things and there's music behind it, but then it's like the music is the thing you're doing, and that like changes the game. It's almost unfair to compare it to. It's like the more you kill, the harder the music gets, and it's just like.
Oh, that's a
too
good. That's a good point.
It's like
I don't think I would put.
immersed. Like,
Those are so different soundtracks. I don't know if I can verse the Final Fantasy soundtracks with Doom.
yeah,
But I do love both the original Dooms
yeah,
and the new Dooms soundtracks.
yeah.
Doom 3 soundtrack is
Yeah, nobody cares about Doom 3. I think it's a good game, but it's, Yeah, I don't know. Those would be up there. 6, 9, 7. 7's got some goofy stuff, too. That's why 9 is, like, it's pretty solid.
I think 9 is, I think that one stands out.
And the main theme is so good.
But I think most of the games, most of them, not Crystal Chronicles, but most of the games, there's at least some good music somewhere in there. And I think that's one of the highlights of the Final Fantasy series to most people.
Yeah.
There's lots of people, including friends I had growing up, that just would listen to the music of Final Fantasy and never played the games.
Yeah, and there's a reason there's Theater Rhythm games.
Yep.
You know.
So really, Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line is the best Final Fantasy soundtrack.
Yeah, probably, yeah. For sure. Which game has the best battle system? I think Rebirth. Personally, it's like a really cool combo between action and turn-based, and you get to really. I mean, in the old ones, you kind of feel like you get to play as the characters, but I feel like 15, they're only around to kind of pick you up, and you can do combos with them, but you're not like playing as them. But in Rebirth and Remake, you can hot swap out. It's like FF10, but action.
Yeah, I would almost have to categorize them between action and like semi-action and original, I guess, which would be like turn-based / active time battle. I think those are close enough.
Yeah.
To each other. God, of the active time battle stuff, I think Bravely Default or Bravely Second and Lair, I think that was the best battle system in terms of the old school battle system.
Yeah.
I know that's not Final Fantasy, but fuck it. Of the action combat, Stranger Paradise was jank, but it was fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to put that number one.
I thought 16 was more fun than Stranger though.
Oh yeah, 16 action combat. Yeah, that's good. That's a good one. And then God, that middle in between, I think you're right. I think Remake / Rebirth probably have. Those are so similar to me. I would have to play them one against each other in order to really tell what the differences are between those two games.
Yeah.
But
Lightning Returns is another one that was really fun.
That's up there. Yeah, Lightning Returns kicks ass. Before the remake games, I think my favorite in the series were the 13 games as like battle systems.
Yeah.
14's up there too, though, for its own in its own way.
Yeah, its own intricacies. You got to like have your rotation down, and if it gets messed up, there's like different pathways. Yeah. It's pretty intricate too.
Different strokes for different folks, but there's a lot of good ones for sure.
Yeah. Which game has the best villain? Final Fantasy VII.
I think when we ranked him before, I think I said Arden before, and he's still a great villain. I think over time, I guess Sephiroth.
Yeah. I would put Arden as number 2. I think he's a really good villain.
It's got to be Sephiroth or Arden, or if the old school one's Kefka for sure. Or maybe the fairy and fucking Bravely Default.
Yeah, for sure, the fairy.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's either Arden or Sephiroth. When I had played 15 more recently, it was Arden, but now that I've been away from both those games for a few years, Sephiroth is... And Sephiroth from Remake Rebirth is also like more intricate, so... Yeah, Sephiroth.
Yeah, I agree. Which game has the best overworld theme? I think Final Fantasy VI, probably with Terra's theme.
Yep, Terra's theme.
The only song that might be better than that is the one from FF9, but it's not the overworld. Yeah.
That one.
Those are both really good, though.
I think FF6's world theme and the airship music.
Yeah.
Both of those kick ass. 7's got a good one, though. 8 sucks.
Yeah.
Dum, 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 dum. Sounds like fucking clown music.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. You get out of your car and you're like 10 times the size of the car.
Most of them have good overworld music, but that one just, for some reason, when you're talking about this stuff, I'm like, what game has like the worst tracks plus some of the greatest tracks? And it's like 8. It's such a mess.
Yeah.
It's up and down everywhere. Like Esthar.
That's so bad.
Horrific.
Yeah.
But like Fisherman's Horizon is a beautiful track.
Yeah, there's a really good
opening track is amazing. The Ultimacia stuff at the end of the game is also amazing. Like,
yeah.
But then it has the fucking vocal track, which is one of the worst songs I've ever heard in my life. So it's all over the place.
Yeah, there's no consistency in 8. All right, which game has the best story?
In and of itself.
Probably 7, I think, still. 6's is really good. 10's is really good, but 10's is kind of convoluted.
They all have their convoluted stuff in it. I think 10 hits me harder, so I would say that 10 works the best for me.
Just like on an emotional level?
Yeah, just on an emotional level. Like if I'm not thinking about it with my logical brain, if it's all feelings-based, I would say 10.
Yeah. I think 7, like as far as like an actual complete story, because it's got so many different things going on in it. You got the main bad guy, you got the evil corporation. There's a lot of stuff going on that's kind of independent of each other.
Yeah, but they all do mesh well in that game, surprisingly.
Yeah, no, and that's why I like it so much, and I think that's why it's so beloved. But yeah, 10's is really good too. Favorite airship. Oh, the Ragnarok in 8 is pretty sweet.
I was actually thinking the Ragnarok. I think the Ragnarok looks really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going Ragnarok.
I could go with that. Which game has the hottest chick and why is it FF7 Remake? It is because Tifa's in there.
Wait. Which has the hottest chick?
Yeah, and why is it FF7 Remake?
I don't know. Some days the hottest chick is Lightning, but it is definitely Tifa from Remake.
Yeah. She's just crazy. It's like, it's not right, man.
Yeah.
If you could be transported to any of the worlds from the series, which one would it be? I've been asked this so many fucking times.
Oh my god. The one with the least amount of problems. That's the one I want to go to.
What one's the most put together?
It really seems like the world of FF1 is not that bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean most things are fine. You know, there's some vampires and
Yeah. There's places you don't want to go, but you know, in the city, like everything's pretty stable.
Yeah.
So
I think that's fair. I mean, there's places in this world I don't want to go. So I mean, is it really that different?
No, really not.
You know.
I mean, yeah, sometimes you run across some like thieving goblins in this world, you know?
Yeah. Some greedy goblins hoarding all the coins.
Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way.
Oh, okay.
You fuck. God damn it.
All right, yeah. No, I guess that one, it's probably the safest. I mean, 2, it's just like, it's predatory, right? You get a little beat up.
Yeah, dude.
The healthcare system is way overpriced.
Yeah, 2's healthcare system's bad. Actually, 3's world is not that bad.
Yeah.
You could hang out in 3. I'm thinking about the worlds that were not horrible with like terrible wars going on.
Yeah.
Affected by, you know, scourges.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that are that way.
Yeah.
10's all a dream. Like, that would kind of suck.
The 10's, there's a fucking whale coming after you.
Yeah. Drowning everybody.
Yeah.
11. Is the Dark Lord really that dangerous?
You know what? 11 might be all right.
Yeah. I mean,
11's probably a good world to hang out in.
most people didn't die.
Yeah. You're not leaving your town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're just a normal dude, yeah.
There's no fucking way. I'm not going out there. Like, that's death.
Yeah. You don't even know how to equip a weapon.
Yeah.
Can't go out there. 14's too calamitous, though. I mean, they literally
too many
nuke
horrible things happen in 14. Can't live there.
Yeah, 15. 15's got a scourge.
15's got problems.
Yeah, 16's definitely got problems.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm not living in the world of 16. Nah, yeah, I'm going with like FF1 or FF3.
Yeah, they seem safe.
The least fucked up worlds.
Low crime rates, you know.
Yeah.
Low disease and pestilence.
I can take this one.
All right. Oh, shit.
Or I can scroll all the way to the bottom and lose my spot. Was it A4?
It was right before A4.
Yeah, that was right before A4.
It was like a tiny one.
Oh. William 5 says, last official episode, don't you still have another FF7 coming out to review? William, it's like you skip the last 20 minutes of our episodes.
Yeah, man, come on.
Where we explain everything.
Yeah.
For future reference for people who've listened to this but have skipped all the ending where they're like, what's going on? Bro, I tell you all the time. And we actually answered that one too. But thanks for listening, William. A for Extreme. I know that guy from somewhere. I don't know where the fuck.
Yeah, he sounds familiar.
I've told the story before, but my fascination for Final Fantasy, despite having barely finished any of the mainline games at the time, was the reason I found UFF. At the time I found the show, I was losing faith in a lot of video game podcasts, which were starting to diverge in a different direction I wasn't willing to follow. Like YouTube or what? I found that Joe and Kaleb were down to earth and, more importantly, very funny guys. It helped that their community was tight-knit and that they paid attention to their fans. Obviously, the show caused me to find Nude Clan as well, but my time in this community and eventual friendship with a good number of its members and hosts started with UFF. And the show also got me to finish a good chunk of the mainline FF series, whereas before, I was mostly familiar with spin-offs like Theatrhythm and Kingdom Hearts. The show has helped me through many tedious days at work, long drives, or lazy afternoons, and helped me to enjoy the grind, as it were. Thank you for the enduring laughs and memories. My incomplete FF ranking is below. Okay, on the Final Fantasy series, he has at number 1, FF7. Number 2 is 4. Number 3 is 10. And then 9, 15, 1, and then 2 at the bottom. On the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, he has 7 and then 7 Remake, ranked under 7. Spin-offs, he has Tactics Advance at the top, Theatrhythm, Curtain Call, then Theatrhythm, then Final Fantasy Adventure, and then Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. For Kingdom Hearts, he has number 1, Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, Kingdom Hearts 3, and Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories.
All right, there you go. As a longtime listener, says Thorodon, congratulations. Thanks for the hundreds of hours of entertainment. I might still think Final Fantasy was just the main series and tactics, if not for UFF. Which Final Fantasy game do you think is most responsible for Joe's awakening? Probably 8. That hot dog goblin.
Yeah, Zell, there's something about him.
Yeah, those big muscles and that ability to just chug the dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Freaking pound the wieners.
Now stop. Yeah. It's getting hot in here.
Yeah, it's really not. It's fucking cold.
It's fucking cold as shit in this room. You want a blanket? I got a blanket here. That'll just add to the stream.
Yeah. Just why they covered up? Which game from the big UFF list does Schweiss plan to make his children play to build character?
That's a good question.
Build character. Oh, probably like Stranger of Paradise or something. Like, no, I'd probably let them play FF7. I think they would like that. What RPG do the two of you want to try now that you're free? RPG series do the two of you want to try?
I've never played Skyrim.
Oh, you
and
never done?
I feel like I've missed out on some giant cultural.
Yeah, Elder Scrolls is a
thing.
big deal.
So maybe on that one. I'll be honest though, like my video gaming has gone down to like nothing, basically over the last couple months that we've mostly been done with the games. I would certainly love to try Chrono Trigger someday.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
When that happens.
Who knows?
God, what's another RPG series? I haven't played Diablo 4 yet.
Oh, nice.
Everybody's playing that thing. I better get on that.
Yeah, I have it. I can play it with you.
What do you think?
I'd like to play the Suikoden games. Only
Okay.
done number 2. So that one would be up there. I don't know, man. I feel like I've played enough RPGs. Like,
Are you RPG'd out after 84 games?
yeah, I kind of think so.
Plus some on Nude Clan?
Yeah, I did the. I think it was. What did I do? It was. I counted all of the RPGs that I've ever beaten. I like wrote them down, and I think it was like, it was either in the 80s or the 90s or something.
It's got to be in the 90s.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Because we played a lot of RPGs for Nude Clan, too.
Yeah. So, like, I feel like I'm good, man. Like, I know there's probably some great ones out there. Everyone's, like, yelling, like, oh, no, this. It's like, I don't know.
I have some interest in the Tales game, but I'll be honest, after 10 years of RPGs, when we played Halo Infinite last year
Yeah.
for Nude Clan, I was like, oh, my God. how refreshing it is to play a dumb shooter.
Yeah.
And just a dumb shooter for fun. You're with your friends online,
Yeah.
talking shit. Even in just co-op, you don't even have to play against each other, just in co-op, like that experience I've been missing.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're pretty much going to be doing now with our time when we do get together to play. It's probably going to be, I mean, I'll still do single player stuff, but multiplayer is kind of like what we've been missing and kind of what we used to do anyway before times.
Yeah. So ever since I got married, been trying to find ways to like. I think the danger when you get married I'm not that I've been married long, so I'm not giving any advice here, but I think the danger about getting married is that like everything becomes about the family unit, and then you lose all your friends and you lose like sort of a sense of self. And I think someone warned me of this, or I listened to something and I was like, okay, well, and both my wife and I agreed. It was like, we need to spend time with our friends.
Yeah.
Like both together, like we need to have friends groups that are together with other friends, but then also separate. And so I've been thinking, I'm like, okay, well, now that the podcasts are over, or almost over, it's like I got to come up with like either a weekly or bi-weekly game night or something to do with my old friends, some of which I haven't spent that much time with because of the podcast.
Yeah.
And some sort of game night. I know we talked about Call of Duty Black Ops 4 because that just came out.
6, but yeah.
Oh, it's 6. Oh, fuck,
yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, it's 6.
Oh, man, I got the wrong game.
Yeah. Like, damn
no wonder
it
was so cheap.
Yeah.
So just those things. We went on a Metallica trip to Seattle, and Crinital came with us, and my wife went.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And that was a pretty fun trip. And it's like, okay, well, try to schedule something like that like once a year. Try to schedule like a regular night with friends. Right now down here locally, it's me and my wife and then another couple have a board game night. Trying to get another couple in there like once a month to drink and play board games, which has been awesome.
Yeah.
But I think that's important. So even though the games are done, to have something like that, but the games that you want for that are like League of Legends or something like that, like something multiplayer and fun.
Yeah.
And something you can just pick up and drop.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I look forward to once we actually finish.
And we have kind of been doing that because we've been playing Conan.
Yeah, that's true. We've done the Conan.
But that we're going to review that after this.
Yeah, once we're done here, we're going straight into that.
Yeah. Let's see. Did we do this one? Okay.
No,
we didn't. Bounty Hunter Alter Destiny says, man, I don't even know where to start. The first podcast channel I really listened to was probably Tim Ferriss, and then I think y'all are after that. Pretty sure I started listening back in early 2016. That's when started the biz, and there was a lot of time spent doing some pretty monotonous physical work. I randomly searched for Final Fantasy in my podcast app, and the rest is history. Been listening ever since, and I think I've listened to literally everything, even the side content and book review stuff. And man, props to you guys. This is some really awful FF media outside of the main games, and you've done it all. More so than probably 99% of all other FF creators. And those who claim to have done the same as you guys are either lying bastards or they don't have actual taste like y'all do. Your ability to just view the media as is and not be sycophantic or British about it is really what sets you guys apart. Thank you to all of our British listeners, by the way.
Yeah.
You always give great reviews and analysis and back it up thoughtfully. I don't know about that, but thank you. I even listened to some of Super Sexy, that crazy content episode with Cloud and Tifa in the hotel where Joe literally almost retches mid-read. It's some of the funniest shit I've ever heard, and I can't thank you enough for giving me the ultimate edition of FF16 for winning the writing contest.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Congrats, by the way.
Yeah.
My wife makes fun of me for the figurine, but it looks great on a library shelf. I cannot praise you guys enough for this podcast. It's a ridiculous amount of entertaining hours on a great topic, and it's something I'm always going to be revisiting for years to come. Seriously, it's just excellent from beginning to end. My only complaint is Joe's complete unwillingness to ask for a lower price when buying a car. Even just thinking about that bit raises my blood pressure. But that might have been Nude Clan. No, that was here. I think that was that when we were talking about haggling.
Yeah.
And honestly, for 10 years, that's a pretty pristine record overall, dude. Okay, I could see some other points in haggling, okay, after years of this. But you still shouldn't fucking haggle at a giant chain store with food. Like,
yeah, that's just dumb.
It's stupid.
I mean, I do it on Facebook Marketplace. Now that I've sold stuff on there, I'm going to do it every time. Because every fucking time I sell something, they're like, how about $20 less? I'm like, how about fuck you? But then it doesn't sell. And I'm like, all right, fine, $20 less.
I don't know where to end this because ending it will force me to confront the fact that there isn't any other media shows, podcasts, etc. that I've spent as much time on as this, and it's ending. Hell, I probably spent more time listening to the show than actually playing FF games. Maybe I can believe that if you've listened to every episode.
Yeah.
I don't have a full, precise ranking of all FF games. I've played about every mainline one except 8, 9, and 11, but I probably put 15, 16s, and Tactics higher than most people would like. I don't know. A lot of people put Tactics at the top. I feel like I'm in the fucking weirdo corner going like, I don't like that game very much. But
yeah.
I respect a lot of things about it, but I don't like it. Then he says, 6 would also be super high on the list, but that's expected. Also, the Capsule of Time was 10 out of 10. Thank you very much. Thank you for the praise on that.
Yeah.
That is all of our correspondence for this episode. Thank you guys for sending that in.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for listening, being part of the community, adding to the discussion, supporting us on Patreon, emailing us reviews on games that no one had played. Some of you guys playing games just to make sure that you're the only review that's read. Pretty sure Brulo was like our only person who'd ever played any of these games with us. So
yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for all of that. Speaking of rankings,
you ready?
Are you fucking ready?
I think so.
Let's do it. We have both of our individual lists, and this is how it will work. We're going to go from the bottom up. So the worst thing we've played to the best that we've played. And we're going to take turns going back and forth. And basically, when a game is listed on both of our lists, it then goes onto the board. And I will physically write with my hand and a pen the name of the game in the order in which it goes up. And that will be the official ranking for UFF. Because if UFF is known for anything, it's known for racist fans, but also... I'm just kidding. But also, it's known for rankings. So, Caleb, what is your number 84?
Well, as we started this segment, my phone, speaking of not having any control over it, it just said there was an update, and I was like, okay, well, I'm going to close that out. And then it was like restarting for update right after. So I know what the last one is, though, because it's obvious what it is, and it's fucking Heroes of Mana. It is the worst game on the list for sure.
You know what? I am going to surprise you. Just kidding, I'm not. It is also Heroes of Mana on the bottom of my list. What to be said about Heroes of Mana while your phone updates?
Honestly, it's got to be the worst game I've ever beaten, I think. There's been some pretty gnarly ones that I've gone through, but not that bad. Like, not to that level of poorly conceived, poorly produced, like, janky gameplay, shouldn't be on that console at all. Like,
Shouldn't exist.
yeah, in a series that just gets shittier and shittier until it gets real bad.
Until it starts going backwards.
Yeah.
I feel like that might have been what happened. I know there's no fucking way that Visions of Mana is as bad as Heroes of Mana. Based upon what people have said about it, where they're like, it's okay. Like, no one would ever say that about Heroes of Mana.
Yeah.
No one in their right fucking mind who has beat Heroes of Mana would ever say Heroes of Mana is okay. Heroes of Mana is awful. Awful. And so much so, it's like a lot of the games on the bottom of my list are like, they're not really a game. This barely counts as a game.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not that great. So just by the fact that no one tried, it's going way down at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking like interlude. Like, it's like a 2-hour thing. It's like, did you really need it? No.
Yeah, that's definitely near the bottom of my list.
It's not terrible.
I won't do spoilers and say where it is, but it's near the bottom.
Yeah.
But there are a couple games that I personally hate.
Yeah.
And this is the worst game I played on both the podcasts that I've reviewed video games on. The only one that kind of comes close is on Nude Clan with Alone in the Dark and New Nightmare.
Yeah.
That was a incredibly terrible game.
Yeah, I mean, that one's like glitch.
Oh, and it's because for anybody who was like, "Oh, that was fine in the '90s," clearly you didn't run into the glitches that I did on that game. But
also a hilarious episode.
Oh,
worthy of returning to.
Rough one. So yeah, Heroes of Mana for sure at the bottom of my list.
All right, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that your number 83 is Dawn of Mana, which is my number 83.
That is not my number 83.
Really?
Really. Chocobo World is my number 83. My deep hatred of the Chocobo dungeon games. And that one is special. So.
Okay. Well, I'm not ready for Chocobo World yet.
No, I know you're not.
What you got next for you?
And my number 82 is Air Gaze, God Bless the Ring.
Really?
Yeah.
That is not
Unplayable dog shit.
That is not mine.
What the fuck? What is your number 82?
Air Gaze is actually kind of high.
Oh my fucking God. What the fuck?
My number 82 is Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy VII.
Okay. All right. My number 81, Dissidia Final Fantasy NT.
My number 81 is the City of Final Fantasy NT.
On the list now.
It's pretty bad.
Number
Like,
83, Dissidia
It gets better,
NT.
but it takes like...
What does it gets better fucking mean?
I mean, you get less bad at it. It's still bad, but you get less bad.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, that game's awful.
It's got the best story at all the Dissidias. It's
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me,
yeah.
Yeah,
there's less stupid, like, oh no, never mind. There's a lot of that, but there is a story. It's just good versus evil, and like there's some complexity. But there's a lot of stupid, like, oh, what if these two characters were walking here and had this conversation?
all the Dissidias are, I would say, known for that, but
Yeah, this is the worst Dissidia though, easily.
okay, so number 80 on my list and now on the board, I believe. Is it Dawn of Mana?
Oh wait, we have a tie here
What?
because Chocobo World is my number 80.
Let's see. Chocobo World starts with a C, so I'll put it above. So Dawn of Mana is now on the board. That's a terrible game.
Yeah, the spooky game. It's just not fun, man. And like you lose your levels.
It looked like it was better on the PS2 with the CRT TV.
It was, yeah. It wasn't
I
as
had
laggy.
some issue with lag on that one, but man, that was like a hell game, dude. And it was long.
And it was tough. Like there was the platforming was a nightmare. Like you'd be falling off the map, and yeah, it's not a fun game. It was the worst Mana game until we got to the next Mana game, and then it was golden by comparison.
So Chocobo World is number 81 officially.
Yeah, that one I think would have been fun back in the day if it had like tie-ins to the games and stuff like that. You know, like
but now it's like an empty
Yeah.
time waster that's not fun in any way. It's just boring.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a cool, like, that's why I kind of want to get a Dreamcast, because I know there's games that use the little controller thing that they have. It's like a little mini game thing, and it ties back to the games. I think that's a cool concept. And, like, I did that for Grand Theft Auto 5. There's, like, a fucking mini game where you can play, like, feed the dog. It's, like, stupid bullshit, but it's, like, kind of hilarious. And, like, the dog in Final Fantasy, or in Grand Theft Auto 5 gets stronger, so he, like, does more damage and shit if you, like, fuck around and feed him and, like, pet him. It's, like, it's intentionally stupid. But I'm like, oh, it ties into the game. I'm playing the game right now. I can pull this out for 5 minutes at work. But yeah, it is a stupid game. Basically no story, almost no gameplay. And yet it still takes like a couple hours.
God, dude. That was like, I remember I just set a timer on shit. I would go and like watch a TV show or something. They come back, see where my chocobo was at. It like just kept on checking to see when he would finally hit level 99 when he was close to it.
Yeah.
Because I was like power leveling, and then I just waited around for that to happen. The final boss came in, and then I killed it. It was such a boring experience.
Yeah.
I know you actually tried to play it, so maybe that's why it's higher on your list.
Yeah, maybe.
But in terms of all the bad Chocobo games, that's the bottom.
It's also part of that, what we were just talking about, like it's just kind of like an empty nothing game.
Yeah.
You know, some of these that are way down here, they're not that bad. It's just there's not much to them.
Yeah, I don't know. So far, I think that's the only one that we've read so far that I think is not hateful, I guess, but it's still awful. Dirge of Cerberus is the next on the list because it's so far down on yours, and it's my next one at number 70, at number 80 on our combined list.
Okay.
Dirge of Cerberus, poorly aged.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it was good at the time that it came out. I know it had fans, but man, that is some...
I liked it.
Those are some bad controls.
I liked it. And
a terrible story.
Yeah, the story sucks. I just think anything that kind of messes with FF7's story, I just don't like. And I feel like Dirge is definitely guilty of that.
Yeah.
And it's hard because, like, the stuff in the remake, like in the episode Yuffie, I don't think that was terrible. And that was the Dirge stuff of that game. And I'm like, oh, it actually works this time. But it didn't work in Dirge. And the gameplay is fucking, oh, man. It's so bad. You can't hit shit. Like, and it's just cheap and, like, totally unfair sometimes with the melee guys. Yeah.
What's your next one?
My next one is Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles: The Crystal Bearers.
Okay, my next one, is that your 79 or 78?
79.
Okay. My 78 is Final Fantasy 15 Comrades.
Okay. My 78 is Chocobo's Dungeon 2.
Somehow ranked lower than my Chocobo's Dungeon 2? That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Okay. Well, at number 77, and I believe the next one on the board, I have Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles.
The Crystal Bears?
No, just Crystal Chronicles.
Oh,
did you have Crystal Barrows?
yeah, Bears.
Oh, I'm sorry. You confused me there. No, I like Bears more than Chronicles. Okay, so then what's your number 77?
My number 77 is Legend of Mana.
Oh, okay. Well, my number 76 is Crystal Bears.
Nice.
So there we go. That's the next one on the board on our combined 79. What to say?
Yeah.
I liked the story, actually. I thought for one of the throwaway side games, it had a pretty damn good story. It looked like it was trying for more of a classical Final Fantasy thing, while also being in the world of the Crystal Chronicle games. However, and it cannot be understated, it has some of the worst gameplay and controls outside of maybe Heroes of Mana. It's terrible.
Yeah. It was pretty bad. And, like, the optional, like, what was it, like the volleyball or beach ball game was, like, nightmarish. I didn't even know you could skip it, but holy shit, that was bad. It was, like, the worst controls I've ever experienced. It sucks. I do agree. I remember liking the story at the time, but the gameplay was too bad. I can't forgive it.
What's your number? Did we do your 77?
Yeah, my 77 was Legend of Mana.
Okay, what's your 76?
My 76 is Mario Sports Mix.
Okay. All right, my 75 is Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories.
My 75 is Children of Mana.
Interesting. My 74 is Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo's Dungeon.
My 74 is Mario Hoops 3-on-3.
Oh my god. We so off on these. That's incredible. My 73 is Final Fantasy IV Interlude.
My 73 is Final Fantasy 15 Comrades.
Oh, on the board. Here we go.
I couldn't save it. I think this game is actually pretty fun. I do think the combat is probably better than 15's.
I think it is just 15's combat with less shit to do.
I don't know, the parrying, it seems a little more like tight on the controls, and the weapon customization system is pretty deep.
I guess I believe you because you had to fucking platinum that shit.
Yeah, there's not much to it.
But for me, it was like a lot of grinding in order to get the final thing, and then it was super lame. So that's my memory of playing Comrades years ago. Was like,
yeah, I mean, it ain't high up,
like side game thing.
11th from the bottom for me out of 84. So
yeah. Okay, what is your number 73?
72 for me is Mystic Quest.
Mystic Quest for you. 72 for me is Mario Sports Mix, now on the board.
Just not as good as 3-on-3, which seems impossible because it's a Wii game.
No, yeah, it had some games were better than others. I remember that. Playing it with you was kind of fun because we got to, do some multiplayer together.
Yeah.
But overall, it was like clunky and not that interesting, and somehow less of a game than Mario Hoops 3-on-3. Yeah.
Yeah, and the basketball in it wasn't as good as Mario Hoops either. It was only more fun in a way because we were both on a team.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was pretty dumb.
That's true. Number 71 for me, Final Fantasy Explorers.
71 for me, Final Fantasy IV Interlude.
4 Interlude is now on the board.
Didn't think it was necessary. They could have just made 4 after years.
Yeah.
Just said, oh, it's 10 years in the future.
This game, I would say, is on the list of games that barely even a game, so that's why it's down near the bottom. It's a whatever. It's kind of like Kingdom Hearts 2.8, which we didn't rank in the Kingdom Hearts, but Kingdom Hearts 2.8, we kind of, because it was a Kingdom Hearts 3 exclusive thing, we just kind of like said that was part of Kingdom Hearts 3, I think.
Yeah.
But, and it's not on our rankings here, but I guess Interlude is for whatever reason, and it's down there because it's not really a game. It's 2 hours of setup.
Yeah, it was a different time.
Yeah. What's your next one?
My number 70 is Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles.
Finally on the board, Crystal Chronicles. What a terrible soundtrack.
Yeah.
Of fucking recorders.
It was like kazoo. That's what it was.
Oh, it was kazoo. Yeah, a kazoo soundtrack. Some of the worst cross-play between platforms that's ever been invented.
Yeah, the
Game Boy Advance.
Oh, dude, the Game Boy Player that someone had to mail us to play.
Oh, fuck, dude.
And they can't see a goddamn thing on their OG Game Boy Advance. I can't. My eyes are too shitty for that.
Just setting up the multiplayer was a giant pain in the ass, if you remember.
Yeah, I do.
And
then the thing would die
then the game is clunky and boring and repetitive.
And unfair, because the items you get at the end, you can't stack them, and they're random. So, like, you're trying to level up. We can't beat it because we're not strong enough, and we're doing a level over again, and we get the ones again, so we have to do it again. Jesus. It's like, what the fuck? Who made this like this way? It's so bad.
Speaking of so bad, think about those salty nuts. When we're thinking about Chocobo's Dungeon 2 is my next one, and therefore on the board.
Yeah, that one did have the best nut play out of all of them. Like, I laughed more at the nuts than anything else.
It's got the clunkiness of Crystal Chronicles. I would say, like, similar amount of clunkiness. I guess Crystal Chronicles was, I guess, slightly more hateful in my mind. Like, when I think of Crystal Chronicles, I hate it more than Chocobo's Dungeon 2. But luckily, with Chocobo's Dungeon 2, I'd already played Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo's Dungeon, so I had somewhat of a little bit of a idea of what I needed to do. But that game was fucking brutal and long and clunky.
Yeah, you know what you were in for, at least.
Yeah, somewhat. You know,
all right.
Having played the other ones, I guess.
Yeah, not much else to say.
No.
Brutal. Not as brutal as the other one, but brutal.
What's your number 70?
My 70 was Crystal Chronicles.
Oh, okay, sorry. What's your next one?
69, Final Fantasy Explorers.
Explorers is now on the board. What a disappointing game.
Yeah, we played it in an evening. And
Played
it was
it in
like
an
6
evening.
Not even 6 hours, I don't think.
A newer Final Fantasy game that had multiplayer elements that didn't really work that well. If you played the single, I remember we had to go back and forth between playing the single player kind of version of it and playing the multiplayer version of it.
Yeah, it was to unlock something.
Yeah.
I can't remember what. It was like the spirits or the something that you bring along with you, like the pets. I think.
Too easy of a game. So easy it was boring. And yeah, the multiplayer was really underwhelming and underutilized, and just what a... I think what bugs me about that, like, I understand in the time of the Wii making a cash grabby shitty game.
Yeah.
But when it's like the 3DS,
That's a big system. Like, you can do
big
a lot
system,
with it.
and of course it was made when we were doing the podcast, so it's like, really? This is what you made?
Yeah.
This?
Yeah. For us.
Fucking awful.
Yeah. Just like there's a lot in it, but like there's also nothing in it. It's weird. It's supposed to be like, it's like their Monster Hunter game, but I also don't really like Monster Hunter either. So it's like, it's just not for me, man.
Now on the board, my next one is Mario Hoops 3-on-3.
Nice.
Kind of a fun game, but there's not much to it.
Yeah, I spent too much money on it, I'll tell you that. I think I bought it for like 15 or 20.
Would you say you spent too much money on Mario Hoops 3-on-3 or on Chocobo's Dungeon 2?
Definitely on Chocobo's Dungeon 2. It was about $270 for both copies.
Jesus
and
Christ.
you know what sucks the most about that? They're not worth that.
No.
So I just happened to have at a time when like it wasn't available, and that guy ripped me off, both guys. Because now it's like nothing. It's like $50 maybe. So I'm like, I guess I'll just keep this fucking naked copy of it just because.
I'm surprised when they brought the Fables version of Chocobo Dungeon to the newer systems that they didn't just give us all of the Chocobo Dungeon games.
Yeah, they probably could have.
We could have played the original Chocobo's Dungeon.
Yeah, what a shame,
they
man.
didn't want to give it to us.
What a damn shame.
Number 68, I have Crystal Chronicles Ring of Fates.
My number 68, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories.
Oh my God. Is that Chain of Memories now on the board? Yes, it is. Chain of Memories. Tell us about it, bro.
Just kind of brutal. Interesting idea. I don't really like it as a card game on like a console. And I know the original one was like a Game Boy game, and that probably would have been more acceptable.
Yeah, for what it is.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. It seems kind of clunky to be trying to dodge and block and do all this crazy shit while you're fucking around with a deck of cards. Like,
yeah.
I don't think it translated well.
It's a pretty brutal game. I'm glad I cheesed it. I'm glad I looked up information before I played the game because I had to actually fight the last boss. That was still not easy.
Yeah.
And I couldn't imagine having to deal, because I started the second story on that thing just to give it a try. See what Kaleb was been dealing with this whole time. And I was like, fuck this. Actually trying to play that game without cheesing it? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Terrible game.
It was rough. I can imagine how hard it is. Not an easy game. Not all that fun. I think it's one of those ones like Type 0 where like it doesn't translate well to a normal game, and I can't forgive it.
Right.
Even knowing that it used to be a little handheld guy, it's like, well, it's not now, and it should have stayed that way. So sorry. It's not my fault you remade it.
Okay. So on number 68 on the list, Crystal Chronicles Ring of Fates.
My 68, well, mine was Chain of Memories.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's your 67?
Final Fantasy 12 Revenant Wings.
I have Type 0 below Revenant Wings.
Damn.
66, I have Echoes of Time.
66 for me, Air Gaze. God bless the ring.
Air Gaze, God bless our list. Air Gaze is finally on the list.
Look,
way too high up here, but
the dungeon crawler mode was actually pretty sweet once I figured it out.
Oh, the one mode I didn't do at all.
Yeah.
Oh no, I did it with you for like a second.
Yeah, and it was brutal.
Yeah, it was stupid brutal.
Yeah. Once I figured it out, I was like, oh, this is actually pretty sweet. And then I got to the very end, and they do this thing where they knock your character out, and you have to play as the other character. And I was like, oh, damn, that's hard.
Did you ever understand, like, the beach running? Was there ever anything more to that? Or to the, like, running in a circle fucking map? Do you remember that, too? Like, there were a bunch of game types, and, like, you would think you were going to win, and then it gave you nothing, and the game did nothing.
Yeah, no, those were pretty unfair. Those were all stupid. The combat, the actual fighting game, and the mini games were really bad. Like, not fun. I was able to beat them, but
I mean, what's the point of that?
Yeah, but
you're saying the RPG version of it helped boost it up for you?
Yeah, for sure.
Despite the fact that the beach, even if you win, you get nothing for it. It's just like you won.
Yeah, congrats.
Thanks.
I thought it was really cool, and it was fun because I figured out a way to exploit it. So, like, when my guy gets knocked out, you basically have to go beat the game again as the second character. And to me, I was like, well, when I play these dungeon games, I only play the one character. Like with Last Mission, I only played Yuna. And you don't, oh, Yuna's down, guess I'll play as Riku. Like, no, guess I load my game and play as Yuna because I'm going to beat this game. I don't want to fucking make love to it. I want to fuck it and leave. Like... So in this one, what I did is I was like, oh, okay, I'll load my game back up. And then I stored like super high-end equipment in the bank. I ran up there, got my guy knocked out, and I came in as a level 1 chick, and I fucking went to like the level 20 area. And as long as I didn't get hit, because she would die immediately, if I could just dish out the damage, I power leveled her in like 10 minutes, dude. It was awesome. I was like, oh, it's so sweet. But other than that, though, Air Gaze would have been way down if it wasn't for that mode.
Okay. Number 65 for me is Monster of the Deep.
Number 65 for me is Monster of the Deep.
No fucking way.
Yeah, I love it, but damn, dude. There's not much to it. And it's pretty unfair that I had to catch the can. Like, that pissed me off. The last fish I had to get for the platinum was the empty can, because everything counts.
I kind of enjoyed it, but it is like a 2-hour experience of like cash grab.
It's like 20 or 16-ish if you 100% it.
Oh yeah, of course.
But still though, yeah, it is like and I liked, pretending to like grope Cindy and like there's a lot of fun stuff with the VR.
A lot of fun stuff with the VR, exactly.
And I made my guy like a disgusting, like super overweight version of Jonathan Davies, the lead singer of Korn.
Nice.
And then when I did Comrades, I made like his inner city cousin. Like it was kind of a cool thing, I did for a little while there. It's like super fat dudes and they're like running around like super fast.
Of course.
And the VR was fun. My kids really liked the VR. Nicholas would just put on the headset and look around at the fish, and of course I didn't do much more with the VR. I still have it, but
yeah,
that's not something I'm really that into. It's so much setup. But yeah, no story. I'm glad they did that instead of the shooter though, because it was going to be like a Prompto shooter thing, and I feel like the fishing thing is less done, so props on them for that.
We got some sort of version of the shooting thing in the
Prompto thing.
The episode Prompto thing.
Yeah.
Number 64 for me, Crystal Chronicles, My Life as a King.
64 for me, Final Fantasy Type 0.
Type 0 is now on the board.
Yeah, what a hidden gem. Like, I can't imagine why Japan wouldn't release this in North America until many years later.
Man, so much drama around the fan translation and game, what do they call it, cracks or whatever, they had to do in order to get that to play on your PSP, I believe it came out on.
Yeah, it was PSP game out there.
And we got it for that 15 demo, and I think the 15 demo was a better game than the Type 0, but
yeah,
Type 0, it's really in the Hajime Tabata line of mission-based games with crying endings.
Yeah, it just happens to be the worst one of those by a lot. Like,
yeah. I mean, Third Birthday. Well, I kind of like Third Birthday more than
I think it's better than this.
more than I expected, but
Third Birthday for sure is better than Type Zero.
but I'll always remember.
Yeah, I remember being jealous of FF Union for getting all of the voice actors to do their podcast, and then I played the game, and I was like, you know
I wouldn't
what?
be able to talk to that person.
I don't think I would have wanted to talk to him. Like, this is terrible. The voice acting is awful in this game, dude.
I don't know if that's necessarily their fault or the source material.
It's probably not, but damn, some of the most laughable, like, terrible dialogue ever.
All right, my number 63 is Revenant Wings, which I believe is now on the board.
It is, yeah.
You know, when this podcast was younger, I would have expected this to be much lower on the list for me. But other games seem to have surpassed it over time in terms of bad or uninteresting. So, Revenant Wings, kind of fun until the last few unbeatable, horrific sections of the game. Terrible story, too, but...
yeah, and disgusting movie little videos in it with Pinello.
Yeah, I don't like that either. But bad overall, a rough experience. Stayed up all night trying to beat a boss.
Didn't beat it.
Didn't beat it. Just lucked out somehow the next morning.
Yeah, that was...
So just a personal grudge against Revenant Wings, which a lot of people have actually beaten and played and beaten Revenant Wings in our listener base and have ranked it usually at the bottom. I think One Today did that. Understandable, but only understandable if you haven't played Heroes of Mana.
Yeah, Heroes of Mana is... You can argue with the other ones, and I would say that this is... I think Revenant is worse than... Well, I've got it like 4 spots lower, so it's not that much worse than a lot of stuff. But Heroes of Mana is comparable game-wise, and it is way worse. So don't fucking get on to me about Revenant Wings being too high unless you played Heroes of Mana.
Oh my God. What is your number 63?
My number 63 is Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory.
Melody of Memory. Wow. I don't think that one's on my list yet. My number 62, Legend of Mana, which I believe is now on the list.
It is. I had it at 77. My manas are way down there, dude.
Yeah, your manas are lower than mine. Somehow, I mean, I still hate them. Don't get me wrong. But Legend of Mana was boring, where Revenant Wings was traumatizing. So it's like a different feeling to me, and I guess I would take boring and uninteresting and long and slow over hours of frustration overnight. So or frustration with a chocobo dungeon with fucking nuts and dying on random stupid shit. So
yeah,
Legend of Mana is not as low for me, but man, that is a nothing boring game right there.
Yeah. It's one of those ones that looked so like, oh, what is this? What does this game have to offer? It's like an old Square game.
God, the cover art just fools you into thinking it's like some some
grand
hidden
adventure.
classic.
Yeah, it's ass. Like, not great.
My number 61 is King's Tale, FF15.
My number 62 is Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep.
Birth by Sleep is not on the list yet. Okay, what's your number 61?
Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy.
Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy, not on the board yet. My number 60 is Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory, so that is now on the board.
Number 65 on the list.
Number 65 on the overall, yes. I'd say it's fine. It's not as good as Final Bar Line or the other Theater Rhythm games, but also it doesn't have quite the large amount of great source material. It had like the Kingdom Hearts series has great music, don't get me wrong, but it reuses a lot of its tracks over and over again.
Yeah.
In Kingdom Hearts, so there's just not that much there.
Can you still think of the Agrabah theme? Because I can. Yeah. that shit's never going away. But yeah, it's unfair in a way, but it's also not as fun to play, which is weird because
that's true.
The only one that's newer is Final Bar Line, but the gameplay in this one is like, I think it's worse than the O2.
Yeah, because it was more the timing jumping.
Yeah, it was weird. It's like, I'm trying to fucking hit the notes here, not like watch the background.
You're right. That was another reason why it was lower on my list. But I have most of the theater rhythms a lot higher than you. What's your number 60?
My number 60 is Kingdom Hearts Recoded.
Okay, that's not going to be for a little while. My number 59 is Chocobo Racing.
My number 59 is Final Fantasy Adventure. I don't know about that, but whatever.
My number 58 now on the board, Children of Mana.
Yeah, I mean, that one's... It's not great, but it was fun to kind of hang out and play. You know, that's another one of those multiplayer, like, oh, it was a good time because we were hanging out.
Yeah, and that was the one on the DS. I thought that in terms of the bad Children of Mana, or in terms of the bad Mana games, this one was the most not horrific, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think it was nearly as boring as Legend of Mana. I don't think it was nearly as hair-pullingly frustrating as Dawn of Mana. It was fine, I guess. You know, it was fine, whatever. It was just kind of regular Mana bad.
Yeah.
You know, it was like an average of Mana bad.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, it was the worst. But, man, we were so naive. We had no idea. We had no idea what was coming for us.
Good Lord. I now have Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep as number 57.
I have...
Is that one on the list?
My number 58 is Crystal Chronicles Ring of Fates, which I believe is on the board.
So Ring of Fates is on the board.
Yeah, Ring of Fates first.
Ring of Fates.
This is the one that I think I was playing when we went to hug Elbert. I believe so. And I just remember this one was hilarious.
Oh my God, that was Elbert?
Yeah.
No.
Yep, I was playing that fucking game because it's the photo I have on my like Gmail account. It was the same day. Like I remember all of it. It's so long ago, dude.
Dude.
And this one's just clunk, man. You can stack shit. Like I don't even know how you're supposed to play the game. Like I would just throw items out of my inventory and like build a fucking bridge across the map. I don't even think you're supposed to do that, but I did. And it was fairly unmemorable as far as the story goes.
Yeah, all the Crystal Chronicles games, you know, like there's no story, whatever, who cares? The gameplay on Ring of Fates and Echoes of Time, they're very similar games on the Game Boy Advance. It's the Advance, right? Or
no, it was DS. Okay. It was DS.
On the DS, they're very similar games, a lot of stacking and all that stuff. Echoes of Time, which I think is the better game.
It is, yeah. I liked it a lot more.
It has the dumbest Wii port of all time. So
yeah, the laziest.
I don't know. The laziest port of all time. Both those games kind of go together because they're almost the same game. But I think Echoes of Time was like a little bit better, a little bit more balanced.
It was more polished.
Yeah, Ring of Fates was definitely the one that was a little rougher around the edges. But, you know, I thought it was fine. I thought it was kind of fun, but silly how clunky it was sometimes.
Yeah.
Our number then Birth by Sleep, I believe, right? It's already on your list.
Yeah.
Okay. Then Birth by Sleep is on the board at number 62 on our rankings.
I like the one chick. I mean,
she was fun.
Yeah.
She was fun to play as. I guess I enjoyed that game. The story was convoluted. But I didn't hate it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kingdom Hearts has a terrible story.
What?
And that was just more of that. But I don't hate these games. Now we're in the games that I'm like, oh, they're okay.
Yeah, these are kind of mid-tier.
And that's where it's kind of hard to rank them. That's why we're so surprised at each other. But it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know where to put this.
Honestly, the combined list is looking about right for me, too. I'm like, okay, I could live with this ranking of... It's around here somewhere.
Yeah. It's like you just got to look at it in quarters. Like this is bottom quarter, mid quarter.
Yeah, this is
bottom mid, upper mid.
This is upper bottom.
Yeah,
or lower mid, however you want to look at that. So I would say like the bottom 20 games that I think you can skip the fuck out of. Bottom 10 games, 100%. Just don't touch them.
Yeah.
But yeah, rough times. My number 56 is Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Is that one already on yours?
Well, you're on 56.
Yeah.
Wait, how are you? What do you have at the top here? What does it say?
At the top,
is it just the games?
It's just the games.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm only.
Oh, are you off by one?
No, I'm not. I only have the games too.
Okay, we're the same.
But I haven't. So we did. My Life as a King is my 57.
Oh, your life. Oh, My Life as a King. Okay, well then
That should be on the board, right?
that one is on the board. I had. Where did you have Birth by Sleep? On yours.
Birth by Sleep on mine was 62.
And mine was, and I had My Life as a King at 64.
So it's above it then, yeah.
Okay, all right.
It's My Life as a King is 57 for me.
Okay.
Surprisingly enjoyable little Wii port, little WiiWare, shovelware joke game.
Yeah,
It was like a.
it was super lazy,
Yeah, you don't even do
but it was
stuff.
fun.
You just send people on adventures, and then they do all the combat while you're back at town. It was a pretty cool little.
They only ever built the town.
Yeah, you sent people to do your bidding, except for you were like town manager. So that part was actually kind of a cool idea for like it would have been a really awesome mini game in like Final Fantasy 14. Although I would probably have just been like, if it was 14, because I've done that so many times. I'm like, treasure map, come on.
Lame.
I'm like, oh, if this was 12, I would have been like, oh yeah, treasure map, oh. But it's 14, so I'm like, meh. But yeah, it's a fun little.
It's fun.
Like $10 or whatever we paid.
It's fun, but there's
nothing to it.
It's soulless.
There's almost no story.
Yeah.
And you're fighting the Dark Lord, which is the next
in that Crystal Chronicle series.
That's right. Yeah. So this is and these are like the not bad Crystal Chronicle, but not great.
Yeah. What's your next one and what's the number?
56. Where are you at?
Okay, we're good. We're back to being on the same thing. My number 56 is Mystic Quest.
My number 56 is A King's Tale.
Okay, A King's Tale is now on the board. Another time waster, but fine. It was fun and short, which is appreciated when you're playing all these fucking games.
Yeah, even 100%ing it didn't take that long.
Yeah, it was like a button mash kind of action-y thing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was like those old Ninja Turtle arcade games.
Yeah, but way easier.
Yeah, and it didn't cost all your monies.
No. My number 55 is Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy, which I believe...
Wait, didn't we have did you say Mystic Quest?
Yeah, I said Mystic Quest. Is that already on yours?
Yeah, it was way down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was 72 for me.
Okay.
I don't agree with that, but that's where it is.
All right. Then Mystic Quest is
I was
now on the board.
anti-Mystic Quest at the time. I think it's a fun little game. There's not much to that one either. It's like a kid's Final Fantasy. The soundtrack was pretty awesome. Like, there's a couple really awesome tracks in there. Some like good rock.
Yeah, Mystic Quest and Final Fantasy Adventure are kind of in the same category for me, where they're kind of action-y games. You're opening up areas. This one was more puzzle-based.
Yeah.
The music soundtrack is fucking awesome. I loved it so much.
Yeah.
And so I had a lot of fun with it. I'm like, the soundtrack kind of pulls this nothing old school RPG. Luckily, it's easy, It kind of pulls it up a gear, It'd be much lower on the list if it didn't have the sickest battle theme ever.
Yeah, the sick bass.
Which made me want to play the game because I kept on hearing the soundtrack when I hit a guy.
And that was a fun part of Final Bar Line, the tracks for that game. That was awesome to play.
Yeah.
It's like their attempt at Zelda is what I think it really is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
It's like you got to do little puzzles to open up the areas. You get new weapons that you can also use as items
tools.
to pull as tools. So not
game.
that bad, but there we are.
Fun game, but it could have been more.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you... Okay, so that was my number 56.
My number 55 will be the next one. Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo's Dungeon.
Okay, now...
The Cunt Dungeon.
This is Cunt Dungeon.
It's just rough, man. It's hard
such
game.
an asshole of a game. That's why it's so low. It's it's so douche and so long.
Yeah.
It's a 40-hour game. And they pretend, same with the fucking kids book that you read to your kids. They pretend these Chocobo games are like made for kids.
Yeah.
Like, what fucking kid has the patience for this?
Yeah,
Bullshit,
or the
dude.
raw ability. Like, how could you manage this as a child? I would just be like, I'm not playing that. Are you kidding me?
God, dude.
I mean, shit, as an adult, I did that with like the first Demon Souls game. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I die and then I come back at half health. I'm like, I'm not going to play this. Are you kidding me? I already couldn't beat it the first time.
Jesus Christ.
How am I going to beat it half dead already?
And you beat it twice. I would like to add that you beat Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo's Dungeon twice.
in the same year, too, so I couldn't even count it. Like,
God, dude. It's because the remaster of it came out.
yeah, everybody.
Everybody. In case you didn't have enough buddies out there.
Yeah.
What's my number 55, which I believe will now be the one on the board, is Theater Rhythm, Final Fantasy, the original.
Yes.
I actually look at these quite fondly, despite the fact that they are kind of on the lower end of the list. I think it's the worst one, the first Theater Rhythm. I don't know how you have them ranked, but...
Yeah, other than the Melody of Memories. But out of the Theater Rhythm, it's the worst one for sure.
Yeah, Melody of Memories had more songs, but had like a gameplay glitchy thing with the long notes.
No, you mean...
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Curtain
mean
Call.
Curtain Call.
Yeah, so Curtain Call I had above this one as well.
But Theater Rhythm was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a great...
Just reflecting on FF soundtracks.
Yeah, and it was like a great time for it, too, because it was shortly after we had finished all the main lines, and it's like, oh, remember how awesome these other games were?
Yeah, that's true.
It's a good time. They're always fun.
What's your number 55?
55 is... Oh, no, that was my 55. 54 is World of Final Fantasy.
My number 54 is Final Fantasy 1.
Okay. My number 53 is The City of Final Fantasy.
Well, my number 53 is World of Final Fantasy, now on the board.
Oh, man. Chibi hell.
Again, another game that is way too fucking long for what it should be.
Yeah, it
long,
is.
slow, even has a speed up battle system that basically says, like, the game, for a modern game, the people who made this game were like, this is boring, right? I guess we should I guess we should speed it up.
Yeah, what you should have done instead is throw it in the garbage.
Oh my God.
And instead they just had a speed up function.
For me, not as disappointing as Explorers, but definitely in that category. Probably the tail end of polymorphic content, where it's just like,
yeah,
they're doing too much here.
It was modern. I bought it new and the collector's edition and all of that. It's just too cringy with the chibi stuff. Going back to old worlds, it doesn't really feel rewarding because they're all chibi and lame. So like it's not a bad game though. The gameplay is kind of fun. It's a monster capture game, which I don't really like that much, but it's not a bad version of it. The stacking was kind of funny and fun to make fun of at least.
Yeah.
That one's going to be hard to platinum too because I have to get like every monster.
It's probably like 400 hours.
It's ridiculous. I don't know if it's that much, but it's a lot, and I don't want to do it.
I have at number 52 Final Fantasy VII Remake Episode Intermission.
Okay, my 52 is Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days.
Oh, I haven't hit that one yet. My number 51 is Kingdom Hearts.
My number 51 is Chocobo Racing.
And Chocobo Racing is now on the board at number 55 on our combined list.
How far down? Oh, yours isn't that far down. It was fun. A little insulting that Krenital beat it in one sitting while I was buying a new car.
Yeah.
It was annoying. It was an annoying day. I mean, shit, that was a $40,000 van. Like, fuck. It's a brutal day. But it was a fun game, though. It's just kind of short.
Short and didn't age that well.
No.
The mechanics are a little...
It was clunky. There were times where I fell off the map, and I was like, don't know how I could have avoided that.
It was clunk and in like a nothing game. It's a copycat of Mario Kart without the smoothness and the complexity of Mario Kart.
Yeah, it's not even like CTR Crash Team Racing level of fun.
It did get, in my mind, it's down a peg just because some of the levels had some turns that were like impossible.
Yeah,
and it was just like a fuck you to the player, basically. So, some of the maps were not fun. But overall, it's kind of fun. Fun little time waster. My number 50 is Chocobo GP, which I just saw.
So is mine.
The exact same on your list.
A little bit better.
Which is number 54 on our combined list. It's right above racing somehow. That's fun.
That's where I have it on mine too.
Oh, okay. That's why. Chocobo GP, same thing, but better. You're right.
Yeah, I was having a hard time. I was like, it's only a little bit better than the other one. I'm just going to put these two right here.
It's way smoother. And I had a lot of fun playing because Krinital was at my house when we were beating this game. And then we played against each other, but it was a pretty fun game. And he got really fucking good at it, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But it was fun. It was just not worth the money.
No,
that it cost because we bought it brand new.
Yeah, it was brutal.
$40 for a game with 8 levels on it. Not worth it.
There's a bunch of extra stuff, but I'm sorry, that's not not worth it.
Number 49, Crystal Chronicles: My Life as Dark Lord for me.
49 for me is Final Fantasy X-2 Last Mission.
Not on the board for me yet. Number 48 for me, Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line.
48, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Wow, low. That's a low one. Did you do Final Bar one yet?
Nope.
Okay. 47, and I believe on the board, finally, for Caleb.
Yep.
This is Final Fantasy Adventure. Definitely a game I like more than Caleb, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like it's too low, but I just pulled it off of my original rankings, so.
Oh, okay. I think it's a fun, simple game with, I think it's feels like more of a complete game for the console that it was on, like Mystic Quest did, which is, again, kind of the nearest also Zelda clone Final Fantasy spin-off that we have here. I love that its sequels, what its sequels did, was really awesome. They fucked it up later down the road, but man, Final Fantasy Adventure was the first of the Mana games, and I think it really kicked ass. Fun, simple game, amazing score.
Okay. Yeah, the score is great. I think I remember why I ranked it so low. It's because I played the phone version of it, and it would crash constantly.
Oh, okay.
I could be in the middle of a boss fight, and it would just crash.
So your own personal experience was just ass.
Yeah, it was not great on my end.
Okay. Was that your 47? What number?
48.
48. Okay. What's your number 47?
Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo Tales.
Oh, lower than I would have guessed. Okay. My 46 is Theater Rhythm Curtain Call.
My 46 is Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles My Life as a Dark Lord.
Now on the board.
It's a pretty fun, to me, it was a pretty damn fun, what would you call it? Tower defense game.
Fun tower defense game. It's almost like it was like a mobile title, but it was all Final Fantasy themed. I thought it was well done. I think it probably took us 4 hours to beat that one.
Yeah, it was pretty short.
Yeah, but it was a lot of fun. It was fun to figure out.
Yeah, like the
your
combos.
system, yeah.
And it was cool because it was like a answer to My Life as a King. Because you're in the castle that they're sending dudes out to fight.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of a cool connected thing.
It is. I really liked that one. That was fun for such a little dumb game.
Yeah, I wish I would have been able to have Wii-Bucks to buy the extra levels, but I didn't have enough. And they had shut down the thing already.
Stupid, dude. I hate lost media. I hate it.
Well, and it's these are lost forever unless you have them.
Yeah.
Which I have. I guess I have 2 Wiis now that have them.
Yeah, unless someone's already emulated them somehow. I don't know how you do that, but I'm sure it's possible. What is your number 45?
Final Fantasy 1.
Oh, Final Fantasy 1 is now on the list. The original, the one that started it all, number 51 on our combined list.
Yep. Just kind of clunky. Not much of a story. Good gameplay, though. Definitely replayable. But as far as the series goes, it's the one that's the weirdest in the OGs, I would say less story even than 3. Even the artwork is weird in FF1. They didn't know what they were doing yet. It hadn't really become Final Fantasy, I would say.
No, I would recommend the remakes on those. I liked Final Fantasy Origin version, the Game Boy Advance
Yeah.
versions of the game. But I know you played the PlayStation 1 port, which is a particularly rough port.
Yeah.
Both of which are less rough than the original NES game. So, I don't know. It's hard when you come at Final Fantasy from the middle of the series. It's hard to look at the first one as anything more than like some random starting point. You can definitely see its influences in there, but I don't think Final Fantasy really. It doesn't start becoming more story based until Final Fantasy 2, obviously, but it doesn't really become its own thing until Final Fantasy 4.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've beaten Final Fantasy 1 twice at least, maybe 3 times. Now I don't remember. Fuck. Yeah, I like it. It's fine. I did used to try to play the original NES version emulated on my computer when I was in high school, and it was like impossible. Like, I'm guessing back in the 1980s, you would need graph paper, and like you got to remember where everything's at and what this person said that clued you into like where on another continent something would be. Like, it would be much more of an exploratory game and much longer. Than my experience. So maybe I'm not giving it a fair shake. But yeah, I have it kind of lower as well.
All right. What's your next one?
What number are we on here?
I'm at 45.
45. My number 45, and now on the list, Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days. Is that right? That's on your list, right?
Yep, it is.
I remember it was a little clunky on the DS. Definitely one-upped by Dream Drop Distance, which came out after.
And Rechain.
Which
also came out after.
Had some good story moments. Had a lot of repetitive nothing moments. A lot of repetitive little missions.
Yeah.
But it had the fun action-based gameplay of Kingdom Hearts, so it was okay.
Yeah, it's not a bad game. Just more Hajime Tabata wear. Just kind of his thing, man.
That's a way to say it.
Yeah.
My number 44 is Final Fantasy 3.
My number 44 is Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time.
Okay, I think Echoes of Time is now on the list. I think we already talked about Echoes of Time, but fun, but not, and a little clunky, but not much to it. The Wii version is the most hilarious port of all time.
Yeah. Talk about lazy. Yeah, it's just a little better, a little more polished version of Ring of Fates. So,
okay, my 43. Is that where we're at?
Yes.
43 is Secret of Evermore.
My 43 is Bravely Default 2.
Oh, that is way too low. My 42 is Kingdom Hearts Recoded, which I believe is now on the board.
It is, yeah.
Kingdom Hearts Recoded. I think a pretty fun game, actually. Just kind of short. That one is another Hajime Tabata, a mission-based game, but the missions, there weren't that many, and it was linear, and they were fun. I think they were a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah, I liked it.
But it was really short, so it's kind of going down near the bottom because there was nothing to it. It didn't have a substantial story or anything like that, but it was fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 41 for me is Final Fantasy X-2.
Well, number 42 for me is Final Fantasy X-2.
Oh, fuck. All right. Well, then Final Fantasy X-2 is now on the board.
Oh, wait, shit. Hold up. My number 41 is FF3.
Then FF3 ranks lower. So Final Fantasy 3 is actually number 47 on our combined list.
Yeah. Good battles or good job system. I mean, I think it was cool that I could double equip shields and just tank the last guy, which is what I had to do because it was too hard to not. Pretty bare bones on the story, though. The beginning of the job system, which is much appreciated, but it gets better every other time.
Yeah, I don't love... We played the Nintendo DS version. The port of, the Pixel remaster obviously didn't exist when we when we reviewed this game, and this was the only legal version of the game out there. I've heard it's better on the 2D version than what we played on the DS version.
Yeah, I'm not
To
surprised.
me, I would not be surprised if the game is faster, which was one of the problems with the DS version. Was that it was just a slow game. Like I remember in order to get like your character used to a job, you had to play 10
Yeah, it was a lot.
fights, and it just took forever.
Yeah.
And so it made no sense that it just didn't seem, unless you loved that slow ass grind, like it did not seem that practical.
Yeah, now I'm thinking about it. Bravely Default 2 probably should be above this, but because it's the opposite. The grind's super fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just really slow. Just an old FF. The job system's sweet, though. I'll give it that. So 10-2.
10-2 is number 46 on our combined list.
I think it's a fun game to play, but the story is a complete betrayal of Final Fantasy X, which was one of my favorite stories, so I can't forgive it, man.
I think it's fun enough to play, but I was not in the collect all the dress spheres and figure them out kind of mood when I played it, so I didn't love the gameplay. I think I preferred FF10's gameplay at the time. Obviously, we're talking about years ago now.
Yeah.
So I kind of have to scoop back into my old memory and remember what I felt about the game. But yeah, I hate that story. I hate what they did. I hate the fucking girliness and what they've done with Titus and what they've done with Yuna is making her a fucking pop star. It's the dumbest fucking thing. Like the dumbest. Is it the dumbest thing that they've done with a direct sequel to Final Fantasy?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, Lightning Returns has some dumbass shit in it, but it's not as cringe. Like, this is stupid.
Yeah, it's not as bad.
I understand people liking the gameplay and ranking it high for that, but it's just not me.
No, and Lightning Returns gameplay is way better.
That's true. Was that your number 41?
Yes.
Oh, for Final Fantasy 3. Okay. My number 40 was Final Fantasy Fables Chocobo's Tales, which I believe puts that on the list.
It does.
Fun game. Actually.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Fun, easy, time waster, clever. Not that substantial, and that's probably why it's near the middle of our list.
Yeah, wish it had multiplayer. That would have made the card battles pretty fun.
That would have helped the card battle thing quite a bit.
Yeah. So my number 40 is Dissidia 012 Dudekheim.
Oh, Dissidia Dudekheim. Do I have my Dissidias on here yet? I don't think I do.
Oh, you got Dissidia NT.
Yeah, I have Dissidia NT way the fuck down there, which it deserves to be, so I don't know what the fuck you're doing. My number 39 is Final Fantasy 2.
My number 39 is Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy Curtain Call.
Okay, then Curtain Call is now on the board. Same exact fucking game as the first one, but
Yeah.
way more things to do, I guess, or way more songs to play.
Yeah, it was the song volume that made it better for me. The gameplay's a little worse because of that stupid-ass glitch that would happen.
Yep.
Where the long notes would just drop off, but...
Yeah, otherwise it would be like way higher on my list.
Yeah, it would be like a perfect game,
Yeah.
basically.
So, let's see, we're number 30.
That was 39 for me.
Okay. Then my next one is 10-2 Last Mission.
Okay, we got a tie here again. Mine is Secret of Evermore.
So
how far down?
Yeah, so
is
how far
Secret?
down is Secret of Evermore? For me, it's number 43.
Okay, 10-2 Last Mission is worse. Mine's
It's worse.
49.
Okay. All right, then Last Mission.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, Last Mission, I mean, hilarious moments with Joe, watching him stream it. It's just unfair. It's just like it's a Chocobo's dungeon game is all it is. It's a fucking dungeon roguelike, which is the douchiest game ever, apparently. Just fucking, you walk into a floor and you step on a fucking floor trap and you're back down to the one before.
Yeah.
But not near the exit, because now it's a new floor, even though you were just there.
Let me tell you, there's some things that are fun about those dungeon games. But honestly,
Yeah.
like, my patience is short with those things. So the fact that the Chocobo dungeon games are like 40 fucking hours long each, and that
Makes them worse,
This
yeah.
one was only like 10 hours, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's not that long.
That's what makes it way higher than the other ones. It was like, okay, I can live with this repetitive gameplay for this period of time
Yeah.
and have like some fun with it. It's the exact same fucking game, though. It's just fucking dress spheres instead of nuts.
Yeah,
So-
that was my reasoning, too.
But I guess I had more of the patience for it. Okay. So was that your number 38?
That was way further.
Oh, Secret of Evermore.
Yeah.
Number 42.
It sounds from when you guys were talking about Live Alive. It sounds similar to this game, honestly, like kind of a lot. Like you're in multiple different ages with your character. There's like a main guy in each area that you meet and work with to take down the baddie.
Yep.
And then you go back to home at the end.
There's a lot of similarities there. Secret of Evermore is an easier game. It's less on the story side of thing. It's more lighthearted.
Okay.
But yeah, Secret of Evermore is a fun game. I enjoyed that one. I don't really have any big complaints, but it hasn't stuck to my ribs, so it's kind of in the middle for me.
Yeah, same. I enjoyed it, but it's not like a great.
No, it's not like a great Square classic that everybody needs to play. It's just kind of fun. It's fun. What do you have next?
So my number 37 is Final Fantasy IV: The After Years.
4 After Years, which I don't think we've touched on mine, have we?
I don't think so.
Okay. That was 37?
Yeah.
Okay. My number 36 is Dissidia 012 Dudekheim Final Fantasy.
Nice. The best Dissidia game to me, I thought. It had fun little game modes. I liked playing. I feel like the way they did the world map was cool in that one, and that made it slightly better than Dissidia. And that's all I had to say, really.
Really?
It's a little better.
So it's on the list, though, right? You already had yours?
Yeah, it was number 40 for me.
Somehow. All right. Well, what's your number 36?
36 is Final Fantasy II.
Okay. Which is now on the board. Somehow worse than the original Dissidia, but okay, whatever. Final Fantasy II. It's what an asshole of a game. I like its kind of epic scope. I like that they were really trying for something at Square. I think it really is the game more so than FF1 that really started what we know as Final Fantasy. But it has some things in it that have not aged very well. So it brings it down on my list quite a bit from most of the Final Fantasy games.
Yeah, I mean, wait, do we not have Dissidia on there?
It's next.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's your fault that it's worse.
Yeah,
than
it's my fault.
I was like, what the fuck? No, it's not. I'm like digging through mine. Yeah, FF2, it's the first one with an actual story. Everyone bitches about the gameplay, like the leveling up, but honestly, it kind of makes sense. The more you do something, the better you are. It's like lifting weights. All it's causing is like micro tears in your muscle and bone, and then you repair and you're stronger.
Yeah.
And it's the exact same fucking leveling system as Skyrim. That's what Skyrim does. You do it, you get more levels.
Yep.
And it starts to even out at the end where it's basically as if you were playing a normal game anyway. Because the damage, like the way it all works out, you're leveling up like it's FF1.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's like, what is that? Almost precise. Oh, okay, so Secret of Evermore is exactly in the middle. So now we're getting to the top half of our list combined. No, the next one on the board, because it's my number 35, is Dissidia Final Fantasy.
Yeah, that'll be the next one because mine's Theater Bar.
The least bad Dissidia. It's fun gameplay. All right, the gameplay is fun. It didn't make me repeat the last boss battle 9,000 times, probably only like 900 times. So, I was able to stand it more. But man, they get worse as they go along. Dissidia 012, almost the same game, but some asshole characters that aren't very good.
Yeah, Laguna is pretty terrible.
Make it pretty hard to play. And then Dissidia NT is just a piece of trash game. But Dissidia was a fun concept, and I think they largely succeeded. I think they could have done better, but I don't know. It was fine.
Yeah. My number 35, Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line. The best Theater Rhythm game.
Best theater rhythm game. I agree with an asterisk. It's like it's got the most songs, which kind of makes it the best. And it kind of has a better layout, I think, when it comes to like trying to beat the game and fill out the game in all their soundtracks. I do miss the touchscreen.
Yeah.
On the other two theater
Felt a little more involved. That's fair.
Final bar line. I'm writing it down. Sorry, guys. All right. So what are we at? Number 34?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your number 34?
My number 34 is Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII.
Is that one on the board for me?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. My number 34 is Kingdom Hearts 3.
Okay. My number 33 is Kingdom Hearts 3.
Oh, there we go. Kingdom Hearts 3 is on 37 on our combined list.
Yep. The story is even stupider, but the gameplay was really fun.
I think that's a good way to sum up Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah.
Dumbass story. The end of the convolution for now.
Yeah.
Fun fucking gameplay. Great areas. I do think it was a little long.
Yeah, it was a long game.
But I don't think it's as bad as some of the fans have been saying, basically. Like, that it's like, oh, it's a betrayal. But I think it's actually kind of fun. My number 33, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2.
My number 32, Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts, I believe, is now on the board.
It is.
The original Kingdom Hearts.
Kind of clunky. The story works, though, up until the very, very end, and then it's kind of dumb when they enter the freaking Chain of Memories world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I liked it, though. I thought it was fun. And
I was looking.
I was burned on Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, that's true. I was looking forward to you playing that for such a long time, too. And then when we played it, I was like, it didn't age that well.
Yeah.
Bummer. What was that, number 32?
Yep.
Oh, no, that was number 34. So what's your number 30? Was that your number 30? Oh, no, because it was your number 33. Okay, so we're back. So your number 32. What is your number 32?
That was
Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah.
Okay. My number 32 is Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, which you have not named yet.
What?
And then what's your number 31?
31 is FF11.
Okay, my number 31 is Bravely Default 2, now on the board.
Yeah, that's a big gap.
Huge gap.
That's a big ass gap.
Bravely Default 2. I think it's way too hard of a game, but I can't say at the end of a game at the end of the day that it's a bad game. I think it's a good battle system.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that you can do with it, a lot of fun that you can have with it. I do think it's the worst of the Bravely Defaults by a mile, but that's not to say it's a bad game. I think it's a pretty solid game, actually.
No, they're great. And this one's just the least of the great. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, number 30, I'd say like an hour. Number 31 was Bravely Default 2 for me. What was number 31 for you again?
31 for me, Final Fantasy 11.
Final Fantasy 11. Okay. Number 30 for me is Final Fantasy Tic Tacs Advance.
30 for me is Final Fantasy 7 Remake Episode Intermission, which
okay. There we go. Now it's on the board. 7 Intermission.
Too fun, man. It's not very long of a game, which I could see why you'd have it that low.
Yeah.
But it brought us the legendary game that I can't remember the name of.
Not Coral Canyon. Fuck. What? No. What the fuck is that thing called? Dude, whenever someone else forgets something, there's no way I'm going to recall it either.
Fort Condor.
Fort Condor. There we go. It had a C in it.
Yeah.
Fort Condor is a lot of fun. Yeah, that was a fun game. That was a fun time-wasty game. It was a good setup for Rebirth. I put it way lower just because it was like... It's like Interlude. Like, there's nothing there. I think it's better than Interlude. It's funner, but...
yeah. I think it's a cool way to introduce an optional character in Final Fantasy VII, too.
Yeah. Great art book.
Yeah.
Great digital art book. Fuck, dude. I don't know how many dollars I wasted on that shit, but if you guys want more, you can listen to the episode where we reviewed that one.
Yeah.
What's your next one?
Number 29 for me is Final Fantasy VIII.
What the fuck? That's way too low. Number 29 for me is Crisis Core, which is now on the board at our number 33 combined. Crisis Core. For me, it was a disappointment. I was looking forward to that one for a long time. Gameplay was all right. It was all right. Mission-based.
Yeah.
Repetitive. The story was also it was all right, I guess. I didn't really get the feels at the end like a lot of other people did. I understand a lot of people love that game, but
yeah,
for me it was solid, I guess, but kind of middle of the pack.
Yeah, with time, it's one of the ones that ages the worst in my mind.
Yeah, I think some people put Crisis Core way higher than we do, so that's the only reason I'm being negative about it. Like for us, it's obviously both in the middle, top middle of this group.
Yeah.
My number 28 is 4 Heroes of Light.
My number 28 is Final Fantasy Tactics Advance.
Which I believe is now on the board.
It is.
Tactics Advance. Tell me about it.
Dad's an alcoholic. He gets sucked into a book. Last level is scream-worthy. Pretty fun, though.
But yeah, fun. I think really fun gameplay in Tactics Advance. The gameplay only improved by Tactics A2. In my mind, but there were other issues with Tactics A2 that brought it way down, further down for me.
Yeah,
it was the story was the washing of the hair thing. Which do you have that one way higher or something, or did we miss it?
Oh, it's higher.
Okay, cool. Just making sure we're good there. But yeah, I guess that's what I have to say about that one. What's your number 28?
My number 27.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's Final Fantasy 13.
Did you... Okay. Sorry, guys. We're looking at lists, so there's going to be some pausing around lists if you haven't figured that out yet. Smash Bros. Ultimate is now on the board because it's my number 27. I can't...
It's my 48.
I think that one was a hard one for me to rank.
Yeah, it was tough for me, too. And I was like, I don't really like Smash, so... I'm just going to throw it down here.
It's not my favorite thing either, but I can't pretend it's not a very well-polished gaming experience.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so when I was ranking this, I was like, it's better made than all the ones that I put below it. It's just a streamlined, beautifully programmed game. It's not my kind of game. If I'm going to choose a fighter, I'm going to choose Mortal Kombat. I just like faster fighters, personally. And it was a little bit whiz-bangy. I remember we were both annoyed at that with how much light and shit was being thrown at us and sound effects and everything.
Yeah.
But Super Smash Bros. I can't really put it that low on the list. I think it's too well made.
All right. I can't argue with that. It's not my thing, so that's how I judged it.
Okay. What you at? Number 27?
My 27 was FF13.
Okay. Well, mine 26 was FF11.
On the board.
On the board. Okay. FF11. Better than one would think after the first couple days worth of hours that we've put into it.
Yeah.
But it's fun with friends. And it's actually still multiplayer, unlike FF14.
Yeah. It in a way, I kind of like 11 more. I didn't rank it higher, but I like it more in that way. Because it's you really need to have people with you. It was a good experience. Soundtrack's amazing. Good shit.
Yep. Number 26 for you?
26 for me, Final Fantasy 14.
Okay. Number 25 for me is Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13. Is Lightning Returns on the list?
Nope.
Okay.
25 for me, Final Fantasy, The Four Heroes of Light.
Okay, well then that is number 29 on our combined list. Four Heroes, really good throwback game.
Yeah.
And set out the guys who made the Bravely Default series to do what they were doing because it was going to be a sequel to that game.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good, very solid. Totally forgettable story, but really fun old school gameplay. That's what I remember from that one.
Yep, I'm with you there. What's your 24?
My number 24 is Kingdom Hearts 2.
Oh, so is mine.
Oh, shit. Kingdom Hearts 2 is now on the list.
I was surprised. I was like, oh, this is probably going to be way higher.
No, my memory of it was better than the actual thing when I played it.
Yeah.
Like, the story was super convoluted, but the gameplay was fun, and it still is. So,
yeah.
Solid game. I really like it.
I liked it. It's just not as good as the other Kingdom Hearts game that hasn't been listed.
No, it hasn't been listed on mine either.
Yeah.
My number 23 is Final Fantasy IV: The After Years, which I believe is on the board.
Yes.
Yes.
But how far down did you put
Why? What's your
Stranger of Paradise?
Stranger of Paradise, I put at number 32. So is yours lower than 32 or higher?
Mine's 37 for After Years.
Okay, so then After Years is on the board. And then followed by Stranger of Paradise. Okay. I think that's a really good sequel to 4, actually.
Yeah, I liked the Kane
surprisingly.
stuff a lot. And the ending was kind of cool how it brought in all the crystal worlds together as if it was like some kind of multiverse thing.
Yeah, it's a lot closer to that Live Alive game. It's got like the little, 2 or 3 hour episodes.
Oh, okay.
And you're playing with different characters, and then it all comes together at the end. So structurally, it's like that. We played the version that was on the PSP, so Final Fantasy IV Complete Collection version of it, which I think is the best version of 4 so far that I've touched. I haven't touched the Pixel remasters, but that was a really good way to experience the game because I think they polished both Final Fantasy IV and After Years, because After Years was not that well received on the Wii. And it was released in episodes.
Yeah.
And people had to buy it that way, which would be frustrating, I think. If I had to pay like $5 every one of those like 3 hour chunks, I think I would be annoyed.
Yeah.
But as a full game on the PSP, I actually really liked it.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. I dug it.
Okay.
Man, Stranger of
Paradise at our combined number 26.
Awesome. How awesome.
What a terrible but awesome game at the same time.
Yeah, it's like the B movie of games, man. It was such a good time.
Yeah, a great dumb movie like Face Off.
Yeah.
Like possibly one of the dumbest things you've ever seen. But man, is it fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Limp Bizkit the game, man.
Yeah, Limp Bizkit is kind of in the same realm as Stranger of Paradise, where it's like, I'm not going to blast this, but I am going to enjoy this on the freeway.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm going to be breaking stuff.
That's right.
Okay, what's your number 22?
22 is Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance.
Exactly the same as me. So number 25 on our combined list.
And the Kingdom Hearts, they don't get much higher than the lower middle, or upper middle, I guess, at this point. Or just middle.
Dumbass convoluted story. Nothing else to say about that in Kingdom Hearts, but man, the fucking gameplay in this was smooth and it was fun. It was a great time on the 3DS.
Yeah, it was a lot of it was very intuitive. A lot of intuitive gameplay.
And when it started, I was like, no, but then when it kind of got going, I was like, oh, this is fucking silly.
New worlds, a lot of good stuff. I liked it.
Yep. My number 21 is Final Fantasy 14.
Okay, that's on the list.
Okay, Final Fantasy 14 is 24 on our combined list. It's really low for some people, but
not low enough for others.
I think that it's some of the funnest gameplay in the series when it's a game, but the cutscenes are just too much. And if you're playing this and paying any attention to the story whatsoever, it's way too long in the tooth. So that's what brings it down for me. If the story was somehow cut down to like a mere 10 hours of cutscenes every expansion, I think 14 would be a much better game.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't give a shit. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's an MMO. They would never do that. Well, then they didn't make the greatest game ever. And they could have. I don't know about that. But there's a chance. Dragging it out just because it's in that genre, not an excuse.
No.
Fun game, though.
Yeah, really, really good battle system. And fun to play with friends, again, when you're in a dungeon and when it's a game. Which, when you're playing this and you're grinding out the story, which everybody does when the expansions come out, it's a little rough for me. I don't love it.
Yeah.
Number 20 for me is Secret of Mana.
Number 21 for me is Bravely Default.
Okay, interesting.
Number 20 is Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2, Grimoire of the Rift.
Grimoire Rift. Okay, well that's number 23 on our combined list. Really fun gameplay, really stupid story.
Yep, pretty much.
Yep.
Great time.
Someone has to dye their hair every day.
Yeah.
Because someone makes fun of it for being gray.
Yeah.
So stupid. What number are we on?
That was number 20 for me.
Number 19 for me is Final Fantasy IV.
Number 19 for me is Bravely Second.
Bravely Second. What the fuck? We are on different wavelengths with the Bravely series. Number 18 for me is Final Fantasy 13-2.
18 for me is Lightning Returns.
Lightning Returns, does that mean which one's on the board now? Lightning Returns?
Yeah.
Okay. Lightning Returns. I guess I feel like a broken record here. Dumbass story. Like, really stupid ending.
Really stupid.
But the gameplay, some of the best in the series.
Yeah.
So it's going high. And it's, unlike 14, which also has some of the best gameplay in the series, not long in the tooth. Surprisingly, considering 13 is long in the tooth.
Yeah, 13 never shuts up.
Lightning Returns somehow really streamlined it down, but man, they made a fun game out of that situation that they had there. That was a lot of fun.
I'm with you.
All right.
17 for me, Secret of Mana.
Does that mean Secret of Mana is on the board?
I believe so.
Is it?
I thought you had it not too long ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just like barely. Secret of Mana, now on the board for number 21 on our combined list.
Classic game, great wonky soundtrack. It was good, man. It was a good follow-up to Adventure. I think it's better than Adventure. Not the best Mana game.
No, it's a classic. It's a great game. It had some clunky gameplay, old school stuff that didn't really work, and the story wasn't that great. But overall, it was really fun, and the atmosphere was really cool. And I think the soundtrack is a big part of that. And so it kind of gives you this like feeling of depth, even though it's probably not there. But it feels like it's a really cool game. What number are we on for you?
That was 17
That
for
was
me.
number 17 for you. Well, number 17 for me is Bravely Default.
Nice.
Which is, I believe, now on the board.
Yes, it is. Great game.
Yep, great game.
Ending was dumb, I think, but
Great game, great twist in the middle with the fairy.
yeah.
I didn't love the all repeat weekend as much as the first half of the game.
Yeah.
I definitely got fucked over in that game. It was really difficult in the second half, but I can't pretend like it wasn't also awesome in so many ways. So it's pretty high on my list.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. These are in like the pretty great games section.
Yeah, we're getting in the good games. What's your number 16?
My number 16 is Final Fantasy 13-2.
I guess was Final Fantasy 8 already on your list?
Yeah, it was down there.
It was way down there. Like 29.
29, yeah.
Well, then it looks like Final Fantasy 8 is slightly worse than Final Fantasy 13-2.
Damn. All right.
Yeah. What do you think about Final Fantasy 8?
It's slightly worse than Final Fantasy 13-2. No, I just I mean, it's definitely got some problems. I hate the time plot. I hate the rules that the world works in. Like, I think it's a really stupid, lazy device. And in this one especially so. FF1's time plot's whatever. FF8's time plot is, like, offensive. The gameplay is kind of broken and silly. Once you figure it out, you can't play it like a normal game, which isn't the worst thing, but I don't know. And I wasn't that into the love story either. And I played it mostly when I was older.
For me, Final Fantasy VIII hit me at the right time, and I was super into it. now and through multiple playthroughs of it. Like, there's some dumbass stuff in the plot, and the gameplay is fucking broken and unforgiving in the leveling up / like drawing aspect of it and kind of the balance of those things. But it has some really high highs in there. I think the third and fourth disc stuff is just really cool. So I really like FF8.
The final dungeon is really cool.
Yeah.
Nate. Like really cool.
Final dungeons and final boss fights, I think, are sick. Our number 18 combined, Final Fantasy 13 too.
Yeah.
I think a really solid entry in the series, in some ways better than the original 13. I don't think it has quite the amount of character depth from the original 13 or as good of a story, but it definitely tried to punch above its weight class, I guess, for what it is as a sequel to a Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I really liked it. I thought the monster capture was the best they've done in the series. Gameplay was better than the first one. Story, I think, was also a little better than the first one. Less wasting my time.
So number 15 for me is Final Fantasy 13.
All right, Final Fantasy 13 is on the board. It's number 27 for me.
Number 17 on our combined list.
Look how much you bring it up.
I think 13 is underrated. I think people give it shit for the story, and I think it deserves a lot of that shit. It definitely tries, and I think it might try too hard on the drama side of things. I feel like if they hadn't done the flashbacks back and forth with a bunch of terms that sounded exactly the same, like Seath, Lassie, and Falsi, the game story would have been easier to follow and would have been probably more satisfying. So I do think that was a big mistake on their part. But I think overall there's cool things in the story, and there's really cool sections of it. I think there's good characters in there that are all very memorable. And I think the soundtrack is really weird and interesting, and I think the gameplay is fucking sick. So that's why it's up a lot higher on my list. It's just like the gameplay, dude.
All of that is true. It's a pretty fun game. It's just not as good as the other 13s, I don't think.
I think it's slightly better than 13 too.
Maybe fair.
All right, my number 14 is Bravely Second End Layer. Is that on the list now?
Yes.
Okay.
That was my number 19.
Bravely Second End Layer.
What a great game.
Great game. Can't say I was that roped into the story, but the gameplay was so fucking good, I don't care.
Yeah, even the freaking passive gameplay thing, where the game plays itself and you watch. Like, even the cuck mini game was awesome.
And the music, I think, is awesome, too, honestly.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Number 13, I have Trials of Mana.
14 for me is Final Fantasy IV.
Then I think FF4 is on the board. Great classic. Has some stuff that didn't age that well in terms of its plotting. A lot of sacrifices that are then kind of turned around and made silly and childish. So I'm annoyed as a fan, but it's a classic for a reason. It has, obviously, the stuff at the beginning of the game, the paladin facing off against himself. Really cool section of the game. Really good gameplay too.
It's where the series really found its footing, I think.
Yep. And classic for a reason.
That's right.
What's your next one here?
For
13, number 13.
13 is Final Fantasy 16.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're not going to hit those. Number 13 for me is Trials of Mana, which I already said. Number 12 for me is Vagrant Story.
12 for me is Final Fantasy 5.
Okay. All right. Number 11 for me is Final Fantasy 12.
Number 11 for me is Final Fantasy 9.
What? Was it that low?
Yeah. Well,
Holy
no,
shit.
There's other games that are in there now.
Oh, okay. They just
before.
like, hit it higher. Okay, wow. It's gonna be a fight up here. Okay, my number 10 is Xenogears.
My number 10 is Trials of Mana.
Trials of Mana is now on the board.
16th best game of all time. If all the other games we played outside the show didn't exist.
Draws of Mana, the best version of Mana out there.
Yeah, the spinny move was awesome.
Amazing gameplay, amazing atmosphere, amazing soundtrack.
Yeah.
Just
a little bit better than Secret of Mana.
A little bit better than Secret of Mana. Just a great classic game. I wish that this had come to the States before.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Secret of Mana would be the classic it is. If this would have come out, because this would have like blown it out of the water if it came out when it was a AAA title. But it wasn't, but it didn't. So we got to play it on the classic version, or what was that called? The collector's.
It was the Collection of Mana on the Switch.
Yeah, I know they've been remade in 3D. I have not heard good things about those things. So if you're listening to this and you haven't played Trials or Secret of Mana, I would actually just play the collector's or the Collection of Mana version of both those games.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay. Are we in the top 10 for each of us now?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your 9?
Number 9 is Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Xenogears.
Okay, Xenogears is way too fucking low. This makes no sense. What the fuck do you have like way above me?
You put Xenogears below that.
I put Xenogears at number 10.
I put it at 9.
Oh, okay. Well, this is making no sense. So one of us... we have like really high ones that the other person has put lower. It
Yeah.
looks like. Okay.
That's why it's fucking Xenogears up.
Okay. All right. Well, it is what it is.
It's a great game. The gameplay is okay. No, the gameplay is middling to okay. Okay,
I think the gameplay is good. It's just slow.
It's slow, and it's like when you're trying to jump in the mech suit in those canyons, it's unforgivably bad.
Yeah.
Where like the random battle starts, but it doesn't start, but you also can't jump, but you can walk. So you get into the fight, and you're going to like, all right, I'm going to make this jump, and your guy just keeps fucking walking. Because you're hitting a random battle, it's like, what the fuck?
It's definitely unfinished. But,
it's definitely unfinished.
But I think there's so much good there that it's hard not to place it high.
Well, we did place it high.
We both placed it high. Number 15 combined somehow.
It's a great game, but
great
Disc
game.
2 is a complete betrayal.
Classic for a reason. Wish it could have been finished. Might have been one of the greatest like games ever made, I think, if it was up there. What's your number 9?
That was my 9.
Oh, that was your number 9. Oh, my number 9 was 7 Remake. My number 8 is Final Fantasy V, which I believe is now on the list.
Vagrant Story is my number 8.
Oh, okay.
Which I believe is higher.
So, yeah. So, it'll be FF5.
Wait. Where's your Vagrant?
My Vagrant's 12. Where's your FF5?
My 5 is 12.
Oh, so they're tied.
8 and 8.
Okay, so Vagrant Story starts with a V, so it's going to be down lower.
That's fine.
Okay.
Vagrant Story, surprisingly awesome for a game I had never really heard of. I just had bought years ago.
Yeah,
it was just sitting there.
That's another one with Xenogears. That's like this is deserving of its kind of classic status.
Yeah,
it's lame that Square took forever to put Vagrant Story out. It's just on the. I think it's still only on the. Well, maybe they put it out. Since don't listen to me.
I can't remember if it's digitally available.
Yeah, but that's a great game. Like really unique, interesting combat, cool little story moments. Great game.
Great opening line. Chase me, Ashley Riot.
Yes.
Chase me.
FF5 at number 13 on the combined list.
Yeah, great battle system. Okay story. Pretty cool final boss. Really tough.
Yeah, but the job system, as far as the old school games are concerned, that aren't like in the original realm made when they were made, FF5 still holds up gameplay wise, and that's pretty rare. Like they don't need to smooth anything out with that battle system.
I think out of the original 6, it's probably the best battle system.
I think so too.
6's story is just way better. So
yeah.
But 5 is a good
and its
time.
gameplay is also good. But
it is good, yeah.
But 5's gameplay is sick.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I believe this one's the next one on the board, unless we have another weird one, which I think we actually do.
Number 7.
My number 7 is Final Fantasy 15.
No, my number 7 is Tactics, which yours was way lower, wasn't it?
Yeah. Tactics.
Is it even visible?
Tactics is down there. It's past the 30s. So
Jesus, that's what's screwing up the list. Tactics hate.
So FF Tic Tacs is number 12. I personally don't like it that much. I can see why people like it, but I think the gameplay that they started with that series is improved with future installments. Although, yeah, you're not going to get that cool Shakespearean kind of super dramatic story.
That although there's
it.
too many characters in it, and that's a reason why it's not the best Final Fantasy. There's too many characters. You don't get enough time with them.
Yeah, so they're a little hollow.
Yeah, it's dark. Yeah, it's could be deep, but it's just not as deep as everyone wants it to be.
All right, so FF15 is then our combined number 11.
That was your number 7?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's pretty high. I know. I still look at it, I'm like, am I really going to put it above these? And then I go, yeah, I think I am. I think I do like it better than FF5. You know? It's just my, I guess, idiosyncrasies. It's just like, I prefer this kind of game over this kind of game.
Yeah.
15, I think, has amazing characters. And I think a really cool world and wonderful music. I think it's story problems. Everybody knows what they are, and there's no. They definitely do exist, but I still think like just because of the strength of the characters, its story's better than most of these games.
Yeah, looking at it now, I don't think I would put it below 4, 16, or 5. But I stayed true to my original rankings.
Okay,
I think 15 is better than 16 with time.
Okay.
What is your number? What are you at?
Number 6.
6 is 16.
Yeah. Number 6 is 16.
6 for me is 7 remake.
Okay, so both of those on the board.
What's your 7 remake?
My 7 remake's number 9. So I think 16 is
16 is worse. Yeah.
FF6. Yeah, technically worse. Okay. Final Fantasy 16, the freshest of the main line.
Yeah, liked it when I played it. Kind of forgotten about it since then, which is weird. And I've always thought like this is kind of a weird Final Fantasy because it
feels different in a lot of ways, especially the gameplay.
You know, and it's fun, and it was a really fun game to play. But I don't think it's sticking to me.
It's not sticking to your ribs.
No.
So, yeah.
I put it above 15, and with time, I'm like, no, it's not. I don't think it's above 15.
I think in certain ways it's better than 15. I think in certain ways it's not. But 16, to me, is I think more complete, and I think I don't know. They're almost tied in my mind, which is why it's like slightly above 15.
Yeah.
I think the thing that takes 15 away from me is literally just no one says anything about Noctis having been away for years. And they're just like a quiet campfire scene. And then it just like goes to the like final battle. And I'm like, that's it?
Yeah.
That's all you're going to give me after all this time?
Well, and then it's like, oh, we'll give you Comrades. It's like, well, Comrades didn't really give us that scene either.
No.
Played as some rando.
It didn't fill in the whole. So 16, I think to me is like a simpler story, but, and the characters are still really good, really solid if I'm just versing those games against each other.
Not as good, though.
16 has a better battle system, I think. Now with time, I feel like 16 is better. I think at the time I liked 15 more, but I think I was just looking at 15 with like rose-colored glasses, and I think I was in my way like defending 15 because I like 15 so much against the fans that were like hating on 15 but loving 16, and I'm like 15 didn't deserve that hate.
Yeah. And I mean, even with me, I only put it 2 spots above 15.
Yeah.
I don't hate 15.
So I really like 16, but I need to play it again. That's one I need to try out again.
Yeah.
Okay, number 5 for me is Rebirth.
5 for me is Final Fantasy 12.
So is FF12 now on the list?
Yeah, that's another one fucking up your program here.
Yeah. Great game. Great game.
Yeah, better.
I'm not as into the story on that one. I think that's about it, but the gameplay is great, and some of the story stuff is really cool. Still looks great for a PS2 game.
Yeah, phenomenal looking for PS2.
I don't love the score as much. I think that's a big part of it for me.
I think it's close to as good as 13's.
Okay,
with the amount of time I've played it. But yeah, I just love it. I mean, it was like the one I played when it was new. because I'd played 7, 10, and then I was like, I'm getting 12, and I bought it, and I played the shit out of it. So I think that's a lot of it for me, but there we are.
Okay. Now on the list, if I'm right here, what's my number 4 is Final Fantasy 9.
My number 4 is Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth.
Okay, so it will be 9 and then Rebirth.
Yep. 9's great. It's not as good as everybody says. I don't think it's the best Final Fantasy. I don't think it's the best of the first 10 or the 10 after. So it's good, though. It's a very solid like throwback FF. It's not as good of a throwback as like, the Bravely games, I would say, to the classics, but it is kind of the first throwback. It does a lot of stuff that FF6 did, with like the items being similar to how the summons gave you abilities and stuff in 6. Really, really good soundtrack. Not as into the main character, but I think it's just because of our age.
I really like the story of 9. I think it has some really powerful moments. I think it has also really great gameplay. I think it's also a really balanced game overall.
Yeah, you
I
can
think
just beat it. Yeah,
I think there's very few things wrong with 9, so it's hard for me to like take it down. Now, is it on the high on the favorites list? No, but I mean, I've played it. I think I've beaten it. Well, I've beaten it twice. I've played it a lot. I think maybe some of the cutscenes get a little long if I'm going to complain about one thing. But other than that, it's like, I really like 9. I really like 9. So I stand with the people who love it. But
I think it's too slow. The battle system is brutally slow, especially after 8 on like freaking crack.
Yeah, 8's a fast one.
It's like go as fast as you want, but it's still a great game. These are all like great games. The top like 15 are great, I would say.
My number 3 and now on the board is Final Fantasy. Oh no, it's not on the board. What am I, crazy? I misread that. My number 3 is Final Fantasy 7.
My number 3 is Final Fantasy 10.
Okay.
Wait, how are we here?
Yeah, what? Wait, we were on Rebirth, right? Oh, Rebirth got on the board and we didn't talk about it. Okay, that freaked me out. Our combined.
Well, how are we in the top 5, but we only have 3 left?
We would have different ones. I don't know. There might be one fucked up in here somewhere. We'll have to find it later.
Son of a bitch.
There always is something on these fucking long rest rankings. 7 Rebirth. Great game.
Yeah, phenomenal.
I have almost no qualms with that game. I think the only thing that takes 7 Rebirth and 7 Remake away from being like the top, well, I guess top 3 for me is that they're not complete games. They're just like part of a story.
Yeah.
And so I don't think they hold up on their own, but man, they are. They are next to perfect in a lot of ways for me. I love those games.
Yeah, I agree.
And Rebirth is just, it's bigger and more expansive, so I like it more than Remake. There you go.
That's where I'm at. It's fantastic. The card game's amazing. Best card game in the series. A lot of fun. Great continuation of the story. Very little bad to say. Really fun game. Okay, so what are we at right now?
Okay. What's your number 4?
My number 4 was Rebirth. My number 3 was FF10.
Okay, my number 3 is FF7, so not on the board yet. My number 2 is FF10.
Okay, FF10's on the board.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense, though.
This does not make any sense. You're right. Something's wrong. We skipped a couple games on accident, so.
We'll find it.
Okay. FF10, probably actually going to be in the top 3 here, not number 5. FF10, great, classic, great battle system. Has some goofy moments, but I think it makes up for it in a lot of ways with the really good emotional storytelling. Good gameplay.
Yeah, I'm with you. Absolute masterpiece. These top 3 are truly great games. Love 10.
Okay, well, the next one. What was your number 2?
My number 2 is Final Fantasy 6.
my number 1 is Final Fantasy 6, and your number 1 is Final Fantasy 7. And I think that makes 7 pulled. Yeah, it did, because it did it last time too. So 7, and this will be the number 1, 2, and 3, because we're looking at them right now. So number 7, FF7 is our combined number 2. And our combined number 1 is FF6.
You bastard.
I know. You get, because you put 6 too low, man. That's what happens.
It's number 2.
Or I put 7 too low. Excuse me. Well, we got to get off the thing here and see where we made our mistake real quick. Well, after much heartache, we just realized that I put the wrong numbers on the side there. So there was nothing wrong with our lists as we were going through. We were just off by... What? Where were those fucked up ones?
We were off by like 3 because you fucking went 18, 17, 18. Dude, that was going to drive me nuts. I was like, no, what happened? Because when I was doing this, when I was driving up, which was a shit time to do it, I was like, trying to cut and paste in fucking Google Docs is a nightmare when you're trying to drive, in case you needed to know. And so I was like, fuck, I probably deleted it somewhere, because I had to backtrack at one point because I was like, where the fuck are all these games? Because if you double tap, it'll just paste it wherever you put it.
Hey, that worked.
Fucks it up.
Oh my God. All right.
Oh, what a stupid.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Combined list. This is for time and all eternity. This is the official rankings. The only official ones that probably exist for all of these Final Fantasy related games legally released in the United States. The best Final Fantasy of all time, we cannot forget, Final Fantasy VI. There's not much to be said about it. Perfect game. Yeah. Classic game. I know the way the numbers worked out, that this got higher than Caleb's preferred number 1, which was Final Fantasy VII, but that's just the way it is. Because Final Fantasy VII is the runner-up.
Yeah.
Okay. Also a nearly perfect game at number 2. Final Fantasy VII. Number 3 is Final Fantasy X, and I'm just gonna rattle these off for posterity's sake, or when I have to go and look this shit up again.
Yeah. If for some reason we have to do that.
From best to worst, Final Fantasy games officially. Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy XII, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy XVI, Final Fantasy XV, Final Fantasy Tactics. Those are our top 10. Moving on, Final Fantasy V, Vagrant Story, Xenogears, Trials of Mana, Final Fantasy IV, Bravely Second, Final Fantasy XIII, Final Fantasy XIII-2, Final Fantasy VIII, Bravely Default, Secret of Mana, Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2, A2, Final Fantasy XIV, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, Final Fantasy Origins Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Final Fantasy IV, The After Years, Kingdom Hearts 2, Final Fantasy IV, The Four Heroes of Light, Final Fantasy XI, Super Smash Bros., FF Tactics Advance, Crisis Core, 7 Intermission, Bravely Default 2, Kingdom Hearts 3, Theater Rhythm Final Barline, Dissidia, Final Fantasy 2, Dissidia 012, and then right in the middle of the list, Secret of Evermore. What's our bottom half, Caleb?
43, Last Mission 10-2, Theater Rhythm Curtain Call, Chocobo Tales, Final Fantasy X-2, Final Fantasy III, Kingdom Hearts Recoded, Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time, Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days, Final Fantasy I, Crystal Chronicles My Life as a Dark Lord, Final Fantasy Adventure, Chocobo's GP, Chocobo Racing, World of Final Fantasy, Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy, Fables, Chocobo Dungeon, Mystic Quest, Final Fantasy 15 and King's Tale, My Life as a King, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, Ring of Fates, Children of Mana, Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory, Legend of Mana, Revenant Wings, Type 0, Monster of the Deep, Air Gaze, Chain of Memories, Mario Hoops 3-on-3, Final Fantasy Explorers, Chocobo's Dungeon 2, Crystal Chronicles, Final Fantasy IV Interlude.
The bottom 10 here. So,
yeah, Chocobo's Dungeon 2 is bottom 10. Crystal Chronicles, Final Fantasy IV Interlude, Mario Sports Mix, Final Fantasy 15 Comrades, Crisis Core, Crystal Bear, or no, my God.
Crystal
Chronicles,
Bearers.
Crystal Bearers, Dirge of Cerberus, Chocobo World, Dawn of Mana, Dissidia NT, Heroes of Mana.
Wow. Look at all that fucking time that we put into this. All those games. All those memories. We did it. That's it, guys.
Yeah.
10.5 years. Thank you for all the memories. Thank you for the emails. Thank you for reviewing the show. Thank you for being part of the community. Thank you for helping support the show on Patreon. Again, guys, in the near future, we're going to be putting some or a lot of episodes, frankly, behind paywall. And so if that way we can kind of continue having the free feed still stay up for people in the future. But for those of you who are subscribed now, please stay subscribed. You might get some prizes in the not too distant future. So just be patient with us. But as for our show of Ultima Final Fantasy, the Ultimate Final Fantasy podcast, we are now on permanent hiatus.
Yep. Thanks, guys. It's been a great journey. Having you guys along with us has really helped make it happen, keep us going, keep us motivated. And then literally helping us play the games, like getting us these freak items that no one has, like the Game Boy player and all that. So from the bottom of my caffeinated and mostly empty heart, I thank you guys for all these years. And until next time, enjoy the grind.